How am I late? How? 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 I'm not late. I'm literally not. I started streaming 16 seconds ago. 17? No. I was 1 second late. I was 1 second. I thought I had it today too. I was like, oh, I'm gonna start a little bit earlier. Nope. 1 second late. What's going on, people of the world? I hate to break it to you, I already ate my burger. I'm sorry. See, everything's going wrong today, isn't it? Yeah. That's how you know. I'm your clock now. Bro. Okay. Sorry, don't mind me. Just taking out the trash. Whew. Alright. Okay, no. The world isn't ready for that. I will have you know the world is not ready. You figured it out. You figured it out. No. Stop. No. Stop. Oh no. You made them too cheap? I think it's fine.
Beans.
Oh my god. Please open the queue. I can't stop it. It won't stop. Help. Hello? What are you guys seeing this? Oh my god. I can't even open the queue. Guys. Oh, okay, now it works. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. This is pretty good. Slight misplay? No, I think that's a perfect play. It's just a sound, though. Okay, here's what I did wrong. It never ends. It literally never ends. 1 minute.
我要进去了。
I wish you could do like once every 30 seconds or something. You should have made them overlap. I can't. Not with the thing that I got set up. That's the issue. Oh wait, can you do like multiples? No, you can't. It must be at least one. And hey guys, just coming into the stream. How are you guys doing? Finally. Peace and quiet. Okay. I do want to try and figure that out. This is my ultimate desire was to get this set up, but obviously I can't. I want it. There's no way to do that though. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how people like Disco do it. I want to ask Disco. I don't know how he does it, man. Man, it's a mystery. Make it more expensive? No, I like how it is. I kind of like it. Okay, 250. I've been telling you to ask him for weeks now. Oh my god, dude, it's so much. I know he's just gonna tell me that he uses like this one thing that I don't want to use. I just want like a nice little teeny tiny overlay, you know? Inflation. Yeah, inflation hitting hard to the channel points market right now. Okay, fine. Last Disco. DSCO. Okay, he does not come up at Disco. There we go, at Disco. Cisco. There we go. Okay, we'll see if it works. What? Oh my god, I thought he replied like instantly. Oh my god. That terrified me. Oh, that would be a good sound. It's just a Discord notification. Anyway, hey guys, what's up? Sorry. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Welcome to the Willy OSU stream. We're back. We're making sense. We're not sidetracked by this, right? Okay. Can you believe it? The video is performing slightly above average. It's performing about 1.5 thousand views above average, which is technically okay. Technically good. Technically pretty solid. Okay? Sorry guys, I gotta close that. The most Willy Osu reason ever. Will you play Sidetrack Day? Do I want to? Oh man. Anyway, are there any scores? Do you guys know if there's scores? Hold on. Osu, Paul. Nope. Paul has not uploaded in almost 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What are they up to? What are they up to? I cannot hop in voice. It is streaming time. Unforgiving Hidden Flashlight? Who did that? Chocomint fixed a 5-year choke. On what? Problem is, no internet. Hopefully the next week I'll have positive answer from my provider. That sucks. Senpu no... I called it! I called it! Wait, no way. No way. Wait, where's his score? Where's his score? Does anyone have a video of it? Please. Please. I need to send this to Blue. If you guys don't remember, like 2 weeks we were talking about this. About like maps to play, and I was like, Senpu no Mai. You know, Cookie Z almost did it. You could do it. I called it. I knew it would happen. There we go. Here, look at this score. I hope you get good ack. I hope you didn't get like really bad ack. Oh no, you're laughing. I don't like that. I don't like the odds of that. Thanks for the follow. They don't make maps like these anymore. This is the part. It's probably the best hidden DT hack. Oh, well. So what you're telling me is he's gonna FC with 95%. You're telling me he's not keeping the 98. Look at this. Alright, we're almost to the part. We're almost to the part. Come on. Prage. Prage. Willie O2 Prey. He misses in 3 seconds. Okay. I mean, it wasn't the worst ever. It wasn't the worst ever. It is an ack improvement. That is true. What was that 50? That's not bad. Hey. Hey, that's not bad. It's a very Cookie Z play right there. It very much is. Yeah, I just want to say no updates on performance points. No updates. I'm scared. I'm terrified. When will it happen? Perform an endpoint. Yeah. Ha ha ha. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? What do we want to do? What do you want to do? You want to recalc some people? You want to look at some performance point stuff, or you want to look at some profile reviews, or you want to, you know, there's like about 3 billion things we could do. Well, maybe 2, but you know. Get this man a pull. Thanks for the follow. What is this? What is this? Guess rank? Okay, that wasn't one of the options, but you know. We make our own options. This is a good one. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have to memorize that part. Okay, I've played this game mode.
Yes. Okay. That's
Wow. Ding. Bing. Boom.
That took. Oh my god! I got 20 plus chokes on the end.
Look at that.
Oh, I'm happy it's done though. Thank God.
Look at that.
Thanks for the follow.
What's your highest catch play? Oh no. Well, for those who weren't there in voice yesterday in the Willy Osu Discord, you better join discord.gg/Willy. I was playing some Catching the Beat, and I may have set new top plays in Catching the Beat. I may have set a 53 PP top play on Haramachi Clover, and also my second top play on Haramachi Clover, and also my third top play on Haramachi Clover, and you know, also my sixth and my eighth, and I mean, you know, it goes on from there. It's just, see, I've finally taken down Vivid. This was my top play since 2016. I played Vivid with Flashlight and Catch, and I was never able to beat it. New player experience. Hey, it's Catch the Beat. It's Catch the Beat. What do you expect me to do? Look, I feel, I don't know, I felt something yesterday. I felt like I've slightly learned how to play Catch the Beat. Like, I feel confident on 2-star maps now, which is better than I was before, okay? Okay? Does that make sense? That's a score. That right there is a score. Okay, okay. DT easy on Through the Fire and Flames King Cobra easy PP. If I could do that, then maybe, but look, talk to me after the stream. Give me easy maps after the stream, and then we'll see what happens, okay? Because I happen to know that all modes except Catch are getting the PP rework so far. Oh man. They don't have the Mania rework on here. It's so sad. Oh well. Catch is getting one though? I have no idea. Ask the Catch people. I haven't seen one in the Discord server, so that's why I say that. There's no like issues up there. I mean, here, let's go to Catch. Catch General. Uh-oh. Seems like nobody wants to work on Catch plays. Unfortunate. Yo.
Hi.
Hi. There's a Catch PP Discord server. Well, there was also like a Mania PP Discord server, but they all got merged into this one because they want to, you know, have a place to actually do all changes. I don't know if Catch is still being like foolish in being in a separate server. Tell them to move to the actual server. How about that? I put the story of me waking up in an image. So I just woke up in the most awesome way ever. I've been sleeping in for about 4 hours, and I'm dreaming that I'm in the middle of class doing some trivia game. I let the other person come up and answer the questions since I have no clue about any of them. And then the next question is a name that tune. It's Crazy Loop. I got so excited because I share my immense knowledge of Dan Vallon in the dream that it violently forced me awake. Okay, that's a good one. You gotta explain that video in voice. What video? Are you rickrolling me? What video? What, you mean this video? Wait, do you guys know this video? Oh, okay. There is no explanation. There's just here.
So, what little gap?
There is no explaining. It's just a good video. It's just a good video that I've had for a while, okay? There. What is that video? No. Guys, it's just a good video. I don't know what you mean. Dude, you know what I need? I think someone needs to make, like, you know, there's like they make like meme compilations on YouTube. Someone needs to make like an Osu, like, when you hear it compilation. You know what I mean? Like, of course, everyone knows Nash, God, what's it called? Does anyone have the video link to the Nash music library? No, they shouldn't. No. Trust me. Please, if someone has it, give me the link. Someone needs to make that, or like like this. Here's when you hear it.
I'm too much or not enough.
Tell me when you guys hear it.
Everyone else is messed up. Well, anyway, I can't seem to stay in just one state of mind. Waiting around for something better. I'm the one that wouldn't let her.
Okay.
Now I'm back and forth. I get bored when she's no perfect fine. Cause it's one thing or another. I don't even know why I bother. One thing just tears her down. Cause it's one thing
when you hear it, exactly.
I don't even know why I bother. Something I just can't get around.
It's like, once you know, see, this is why they need to make this. Does anyone have the Nash music library? No, or do I have to find it myself? Nash. Okay, I just typed it wrong. Nash music library. There it is. Or this. Listen to this. What? This one blows my mind. Is there a date? No. Maybe one day. What are we supposed to hear? You guys don't know? Okay, so for this one.
Another, I don't even know why I bother. One thing just tears her down.
Is obviously Renard, Rainbow Dash Likes Girls, Stay Gay Pony Girl. Where is it? Come on. Another. I don't even know why I bothered. And then this, of course, obviously. Just listen. It's so crazy. Okay. Insanity. Insanity. You hear that at the intro? You hear that? You won't believe how hard it was to find that. What's this one? Of course, of course, of course. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. La, 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 la. You have more. Dark Souls 2 OST. Okay, let's hear this one. Oh, I know this one. It's Burn This Moment into the Red Note. Yeah. It's like the background music. Can you hear it? It's very subtle. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, but what about this one? What about this one, guys? Thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Okay. Average anime song, right? Pretty normal. Here we go. Hold on. You don't see what's weird yet, do you? You don't see it yet. Okay. We'll see about that in about 5 seconds. Dude. What a classic. What a banger. Here, where's the part? And of course, I don't know if you guys know. Here, does anyone have the Yasin tweet? There's a really old Yasin tweet that's really good about Fake Promise. It's a classic. If not, I have my version of the tweet that I made. Here, I have to scroll like all the way back in my Twitter bookmarks. Dude, this is my first. I'll show you my first bookmarked video on Twitter in a little bit. Oh, okay. I have the Yasin video. Here, listen to this. Listen to this, okay? Look at this. Wait. Why is my volume all the way down? Okay. Okay, right? Okay. That's a classic. That's a classic right there. Tell me that's not a classic. Hold on, if I scroll up, I can find my version of it in the bookmarks. I remember, I literally came up with it on a stream one day. Oh, I just found another one. For some reason, I just always save these. Anytime that there's one that's posted on Twitter, I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I just save it. Here, look at this. Here you go. Here you go. Here's your version that you'll love. It's so good. What's the original? Oh yeah, there's that. Bum, 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 bum. God, that's a classic. That's a classic right there. Okay. Here's an obvious one that you guys are gonna love, of course. Everyone in the UK? Yeah, but everyone outside the UK knows nothing. Guys, this is... should I show you this? This is my first ever bookmarked tweet. It's this tweet. This is the stupidest tweet I've ever seen. I still have this bookmarked for some reason.
DT players be like.
Oh my god, you can barely even hear it.
DT players be like. Hard rock players be like. DT play.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Alright. Here's a good one for you guys. This one is kind of obvious. Oh my god. No, you can't fool me with that link. I know my own links. This is a classic right here. Look at this.
Make dangerous ね。とりあえず私たちがピンチにならなければ助けに来ないでありんすよ。やはりブロー君か。
ですな、マドモワゼル。
でも葵に関すと危険やで。ほどほどにしとかんとな。Okay. Let's begin.
God, such a banger. Dude, DJ Sharpnel, smartest song maker of all time, question mark? Like, actually, unironically? Oh, man. Oh, okay. What should the word be for today, my friends? Wait, there's one I've wanted for a while. Wait. 7tv.app. Emotes. Hold on. There's something I've wanted. There's a good one I've wanted. Hold on. Is Mornis here? Mornis, what's the one that we were looking at the other day that was really funny? Not the one that you wrote down, but you remember the one where it's like, you know? No, not Biznedge. Do you remember what I'm talking about? It's yep, but he's staring. Ooh, because maybe in their samples. That sounds like an interesting one. No, not starage. It's yep. It's yep, but staring. Starage. I mean, we could just get starage anyway. Yeop. I like this one. I like these. Oh my god, sorry. I'm just looking through the yep emotes and I'm loving these so far. Ugh. I can't find it. Okay, we're just gonna do stare. We're just gonna get starage until we find it. Yeah, okay. I'll have to reload my overlay, but that's fine. Starage. There you go. Starage. It's the keyword. Refresh overlay in chat, really? I usually just manually refresh it. Have you just baited me? That doesn't work at all. Here, hold on. If I turn it off, and I turn it on, it should work now. Right? See? Look. Wait, what? Oh, it... Never mind. Let me open, okay? Let me open Stream elements. I don't believe it. Nope. I'm sorry. You said it at the wrong time. No, you tried to bait me, and I thought about it for about 2 seconds. Then I realized, no, it's not real. Because why would you know before me? Mornis's emote? What, Biznedge? Yes! This! Look at how cursed this emote is! Oh my god! Oh my god! I can't look at this. Oh my god! That terrifies me. My heart rate goes up when I look at that emote, man. Oh boy. Alright, keyword is starage. I need to get a drink really quick. Alright, I'll be back. In about 1 minute, I will be back. You can try baiting the streamer, but you'll never be able to bait the streamer. Am I right? Am I right, fellow Osu players? No, what? Why you'd set the chat ablaze? What happened? We need... Yep, you... Where did the music go? Was there just no music playing for that entire part? God, dude, this stream actually just like burns down when I'm gone. You guys need me more than you know it. Fixture Acting got number 3. Ooh. That's what I'm talking about. No, there was music, don't worry. Okay, good. Look, I came back and the music stopped. Maybe it knew. Nice. Why? Why? If you know this 2008 map, then you know. That's a classic. What's another one? What's another like big when you hear it moment? I mean, there's obviously the classic.
Riddle me this, Riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black bat?
Probably haven't heard that part. Everyone knows that. Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid? Joker moment. Well, I think you might find that this is actually a Riddler moment. I hate to break it to you, but oh my god. Ugh. Can you guys find the sources for every single one of the ooey hit sounds? One step closer. What's this?
Shut up!
Wait. Okay. Yeah. That's a classic right there. This entire album sample. Oh yeah, you're right. You did send this video earlier. Here. I want to see this. Because maybe in their original samples, there are too many. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Let's go, Venga Boys. That's a classic. To the city. The city.
When I was a young boy, my father
Oh man.
took me into the
Thanks for the follow. This is a banger. Banger. What is that Google Drive link gonna be? Look, I'm just gonna say I don't know what that link is, so I'm not clicking on it. How about that? You just sort of sent it without explaining anything. It's very suspicious. In fact, Blue Zenith voice sample with no music. Oh, okay, let's see. Oh yeah, okay. Here, let's hear this.
Beat the bass on the party has gone.
That's a classic right there. Oh. Okay, that's a good one though.
Oh. Noise if you're down with me. 1, 2, 3.
Man, why is this album so good? Evanescence, of course. Yes. Woo-hoo! Do it. Don't like part 1, but part 3 is the best. I really like part 3. But there's some classics, like Band Forever in part 1.
I fell
Ooh.
a burning ring of fire. I went down,
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 down.
and the flame.
Thanks for the follow.
Wait. There's actually a list of samples? What? No way. No way, dude. No way. And they list the song too. Guys, hold on. Here's one that'll blow some people away. I know that some of these are like, if you don't know, you know, because maybe the album or something, you might not know. But here's one that'll blow some people away. Wait. There it is. Satori the Pawn. I don't know what this one is. What is this? Oh, it's Tromi Hearts. Oh, that's crazy. I can hear it in my head. Yeah, can't you hear it? Can't you hear it? Can't you hear it? No. Here. We must keep going. And then you just play the original? That would be funny. Okay. Nam X. Oh! What is this from? What is that album cover? I know. Band Forever is the last song in part 1. I mean, obviously. If you don't know, then how could you, right? Ooh, that's a good one. Think about, I'll take your message and think about like how many Toho songs people don't know are Toho. I didn't know what Toho was until like I started playing Osu, but I went there and I found out that a ton of songs that I knew were actually just Toho songs. Right? Because you think about stuff like, of course, you know, Everything Will Freeze, Chirno's Perfect Math Class. If you didn't know that, of course, that's Toho, right? But then, like every remix ever, like half of the Undead Corpse songs, half of what do you call it? Foreground Eclipse songs. Like half of the songs, it feels like in Osu are just covers of Toho songs. This dude's chatting. This dude's coping. You see this? Hold on, wait. Where'd he go? I'll call you out. I already lost him. You are bad at Osu. Oh yeah? Okay. Show me your medal count. Huh? Where is it? I'd like to see your 231 medals. And we'll see. We'll judge. I'll be the judge of that. There's very few people. I know that there's about 2 or 3 people in the chat right now who can rival my medal count. 49 medals. 49. Did I have to say it? At least you have the bunny, right? Do you have the bunny? Here, if you have the bunny, then you beat me, okay? I'll admit it. I'll admit defeat if you have the bunny. Doesn't even have the bunny. Oh, man. Man. That's unfortunate. It's okay. Don't worry, you'll get there. You're just gonna grind.
Run, run, run. Beware, coward. Run, coward.
Gonna be the one that saves me. There's no way this one doesn't get muted. Bip, 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 bip. Sorry guys, that's weird. True. How does he just make it all fit? They're such different samples, but Renard always makes them fit like just together so well. They mesh together. Does anyone have that?
That thing, Miss Annabella, shake that thing, yeah, Donna, Donna, Jody and Rebecca.
Ooh, okay, this one's a banger though. Smoke Tower is so good. Hello. Smoke Tower is so good. Holy bully, dude. That was not what I was expecting. Ooh. Man. Oh, oh. Okay, this is a banger. It's like how do you just think of this? Like how do you even come up with a song? You know what I mean? Where you're like, oh yeah, wait, I think I'll take a bit from here, and oh, I can make it. That would sound like you listen to it back, and he's like, that would sound cooler if I. Oh, let's grab this sample. Let's speed it up 150%, right? Let's add some reverb. Let's like how? You know? Oh, this... Okay. This is such a banger, though. This song, though, is actually such a bop. The Buck Bumble theme is so good. Oh, yes. This is a sample? Of what? Oh. Not what I was imagining. Everyone's sampling it, dude. DJ Sharpnel. True. This, I always thought that this one sounded so good, and apparently, maybe my UK people know it. I didn't know it because I'm not from the UK. But apparently this is like a really famous song. I didn't know. I just thought this one was always like, oh, I never know what that is. Robbie Williams. See, you guys know. How don't you know? Because I'm not from the UK. No Americans have ever heard of Robbie Williams' Angels. I can guarantee you that already. I hate to say it, but it's true. European thing? Yeah, definitely. This... It's insane. This song is the worst in part 3? TU4AR? What? Are you insane? Are you insane? Oh my god. It's my saxophone going crazy. Oh.
Thanks for the follow.
Send me more. This is a good video. Bum, 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 bum. True. Wait, really? See, like, I've listened to this song and I've never made this connection. I've never heard that, like, in the background. But if you just, like, listen to it for a while, then maybe, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't pick that out of the song. Oh. Hey, there it is. It's on Afterlife. No. I see, I see. Look at this now. I know, this is where it comes from. This is the original everybody ever. Somebody scream!
Somebody scream!
That's it. Oh yeah, someone should do. Whoever made this, we should tell them to do what do you call it? What do you call it? This place will grow. That would be interesting. That would be really interesting. What other videos are this? What is this? Such an interesting catalog of videos right here. What is this? This is not a sample. What just happened? What just happened? I feel like I just got taken to a different reality. Dude, we need to do the piano game again. Although I always repeat the same songs over and over again. So maybe I'll have to find a good one. But until then, let's review profile and we'll keep it going, okay? You ready? Stare edge is the keyword. Stare edge. Yes, yes. Troll edge? Is that a thing? Wait, guys, can you guess this piano song? Wait.
Thanks for the follow.
I don't know why it has the drums. I want to hear the part where it goes insano mode. Okay, yes. Yes. What's up? Guys, I'm just being forced to watch videos instead of reviewing profiles. Or the Flood drum cover. Oh, do you guys not know? Wait. One last thing before. Do you guys not know the... We looked at this on stream before. Some of these might sound familiar to you. Going to eat now? Okay. See you in a bit. Does it sound familiar, friends? Maybe this one will sound more familiar. It just sounds like sad music now. Always has been. Exactly. Oh, dude, what is it? What is it? Which one is it? What's it called? Oh my god. Is it this? I think it's this. Yeah. It has to be. Right? No, it's not this. What is it? Guys, help. Someone found this for me. I don't know what it's called. Oh, the trees. There it is. It wasn't the shadows to focus on. It was the trees. Come on. Okay, here you go. This is a good one.
During all the years.
I can tell you when it starts. Sounds like the big black true. Boom. The same thing. Well, I feel like it's quite different from this. I feel like if you showed two people this song and then a Looming Shadow of a Tree Long Gone, then they would have a heart attack listening to the latter. But you know. I don't think you could say, okay. Same song. yeah, basically the same song. You know, you guys are right. Never mind. Oh, I hear no difference. Exactly. I need to think of some more. I have some good ones. I have some here. I want to do this. I want to do this game. I'm gonna have a fun game right here for you to do. Okay, you ready? You guys think you got this? I'm gonna play an Osu song, piano cover of it, and see if you can guess what song it is. I've done a lot of these before with people who watch the stream often, so if you know, shh, don't say, okay? You ready? Here, we'll start out easy. Start out nice and easy. You ready? Game over. Give me the name of the song. High score. There you go. Hold on. Okay, here. Well, let's help with the new gen players. Let's see. Let's see if they can get this. You ready? Here. Okay, they got it immediately. Okay. Let's talk about the old gen players. Let's see. Let's talk about the ancient Osu players. Let's see if they can get this. Yes, you may. Okay, let's help the Osu players that are buried 20 feet under because they're so old. You ready?
Thanks for the follow.
Miro, yep. Alright. Now we're gonna get into the fun ones. You ready? Now we get into every speed player map ever. Babel Frenzo. Wait, hold on. Wait. Guys, I'm looking for a very specific answer. I don't have the actual song, but if you can give me the song that I'm thinking of when I play this, then you'll live. Okay, come on. Thank you, sheet music boss. Yes, Super Mario Home RPG. There we go. Airyu got it. Airyu wins. All right. Let's see if you guys can get this. Okay, it's time for the speed player maps. Speed player maps are always the fun ones. They're always the best ones. Maybe I'll... Okay, this is gonna be a good one. Yeah, the mad this time. This should be easy. If you've ever played Osu before, this should be easy. Oh, yeah, that's right. Slow down, chat. You guys suck at this. Forza. Bang. You're correct. It is Anisaki's somatic mutation type Forza. If we get to this part, you should have known it. Man, I know it's such a banger. Okay. Here's one you should get easy. Come on. Let's see.
Thanks for the follow.
Elemental creation. Yep. Alright, what's this one? You ready? Gives me a title sequence. It lasts like 10 seconds each time. Snowstorm. Yep. It's not Snowstorm Euphoria, but I'll accept it. Okay. If you guys don't get this one, I'm gonna be sad. This one should be easier than the other ones. This one should actually be easier than the other ones. If you don't get this, this is just... I'm gonna cry. On command. Okay? Do we have an agreement?
Thanks for the follow.
Okay, okay. I was gonna say... No one was getting it.
Thanks for the follow.
Alright. This one, I'm not gonna be angry if you don't get this one. I'm just gonna be very disappointed. Should already have this. Yep. Aryu wins. You guys, come on. Come on. Banger. Banger of a song. Oh, my ear. Listen to it. You can hear it. Okay. No one ever gets this one right when I play it, for some reason. Good luck. I'm so happy I've trolled more people. It is Akasha. Everybody thinks it's some other size song for some reason. I wouldn't call this slow. I mean, I guess, technically. Okay. I have a good piano one. Okay, let's see if you guys can get this. Oh man, that's so good. I really like that one. That one's just so good. It's insane. Here's probably my favorite one. It's hard. It's hard for people to get this one, but I believe you can do it. You ready? I really like this. This score is so good. I forget where it starts. I think it like actually starts like halfway in or something. Wait. Here it is. Here's where it starts. Ding ding ding. Far East Nightbird. Oh, it's so good. Now you can hear it, can't you? This song is okay? What is wrong with you people? Anyway, here. This is probably more of an old Osu player thing. I don't know. How did you get it immediately? Okay, how about this one? I want to sing along, but I don't want to give it away. Clean red, I'm better off there. Now I can see get to me. See, you guys can do it. Yeah, it's over my head. That's a classic. That's a classic right there. I gotta think of some evil songs. This one's not evil. Everyone's gonna get this instantly. Literally instantly, so... Dude, how? How? You're just too fast with it. You know before anyone else does. We didn't even get to the fun part. Right here. Here. Okay, I want to see someone get this one. I would not get this one normally. Okay, maybe when it gets here I would. I wonder how many people know it and are trying to figure out how to spell it. Guys, get it. There we go. Makiwaddle. That's a good one. Tell me that's not a good one right there. Okay, what about this one? This one should be easy. Almost 200 viewers, really plug your Discord or something? Why? Yes, reunion. We're on 1 minute ad break for the fans. Okay, everyone's getting this next one instantly. This one's the easy one. Come on. Exactly. Hypnosu. Okay. What is this? Okay, I did not mean to click on this video. I just clicked on the wrong video. How could I do this to myself? What video was it? Oh, I was looking at this video. Okay. Alright, you guys got this. You guys got this. No clue. True. This is just AMQ. Isn't that what Osu is anyway, though? You think about that. Okay, fine. Here. This could be like 5 different songs.
Thanks for the follow.
I think you got this. The original name. Yes. Yes. Kimono Princess. I wonder if there's any covers of this. See, now I have to go out of my way to find Osu songs, but no one's ever covered this. Why would anyone cover this? Man, it's so sad. Half of the songs that are just like bangers don't have covers. Oh, you're right. Yeah, look at this. Guitar cover? Wait. Guys, can I show you a guitar cover?
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Of course. I don't know. Sometimes they play the background music. So here, let's see. Let's see if this is doable. They're definitely playing the background. Oh, no, they're not. Oh. You're so close. Someone should map this. Someone make a 7-star map of this. It's so free. Do we give it to them? Who's the vocal? I don't know. I just clicked on this random 6,000 view video on YouTube. If you want this, here. It's Yurufuwa Jukai, girl. Man. It's kind of banging. I still love the original. The original song is such a bop. I can't believe there's not more like ranked sets of it. It's such a shame. What is this? Wait. There is a piano cover. I just don't speak Japanese, so I didn't know. No way. Ah, that's loud. That's insane. I didn't know this. I didn't know this. No. I was sent this. It's been revealed. Can you guess this? Look, no one knows what the title is, so... I mean, I feel like anyone else could just send it in chat anyway. Or click on it in chat. Dude, there's some songs that sound just like so messed up from the instrumental. I don't know, dude. There's just some songs that are they're just weird. I mean, of course. Of course, of course. I can't stop. Man, I already think, what's one of the instrumental? You know what instrumental goes hard, dude? Actually. Because the bass, whatever stupid like boom boom like thump bass that they use, you know when they're like baka baka. It's, I don't know why that goes insane. Okay, I'll be right back, and then we can roll. Sorry, I'm back. What did I miss? Is there a Lionheart instrumental? Wait. This is insane. Okay, this is actually really good. What is I saw one. Oh yeah, what's this? Okay, that's a lot to take in. The sound effects. You're telling me you don't want to learn how to sing the one part? You're telling me you don't want to learn how to sing, where is it? Yeah, this part? That's the best part. That's what you gotta learn. Sing it? Nope. Don't think I will. See, they're supposed to be singing. Here, I wonder if there's no way. There's no way there's not, right? Oh. Why does the start of this song sound like somebody slipped on a banana peel? You ever notice that? Okay, this is a banger. Oh man. What is this? Is this just... this is just the real one. How could you troll me like this? What's like some classic song? I gotta think. Wait, this is where it gets good. Here it is. Zestfox, thank you for the tier 1. Oh man. I'm sorry, I'm just going down Osu memory lane. This is crazy. What's another one? What's another one of these? These crazy ancient Osu songs. Oh my god. You know what's crazy? Hold on, can I even find this?
Thanks for the follow.
No, this is impossible to find. Oh man. This sucks. No. It's the Global Astro Alliance. Alright guys, sing along.
Yeah. Hey Vic, dus staat die tuinmachine gek.
Let's go.
Zie als ik terug kon in de tijd.
Zie als ik trekken kon in de tijd, dan had ik niet zoveel scheiß. Dan ging ik gewoon naar school.
Niet zo bescheiden, ging ik gewoon naar school. Dan kwam ik wel op tijd, deed ik beter mijn best. Werkte ik wel mee in plaats van geschorst. Dan worden elke week, dan zette ik even door. Gaf ik de money op, had ik toen niets bereikt. Dan was mijn moeder nu trots, maakte mijn eerste track. Zou ik doen net alsof begin ik naar mijn eerste jiggy. En liet ik gevoelens los, als ik druk kon in de tijd. Zat ik vaker in de klas, als ik het zo bekijk, kwam het later wel verpast. Als ik terug kon in de tijd, zou ik praten met mijn man. Zo zou ik ervoor zorgen dat mijn vader er voor me was. Als ik terug kon in de tijd, had ik niet
Dude, I
zo
lost
stress.
it.
Waar de dingen voorkomen, waar de dingen in de weg. Yeah, en alles wat ik over heb is spijt. Want als ik terug kon in de tijd, ja dan was alles nu flex. Als ik denk aan al die dagen, dat ik mij zo heb misdragen. Dan denk ik, had ik maar een
Tijdmachine, tijdmachine.
maar die heb ik niet. Dus zal ik mij gedragen.
Yeah, any Dutch users in the chat?
Sparen voor een tijdmachine. Als ik terug kon in de tijd, dan was je niet.
This is the best Osu map ever made. I hate to say it, but we really peaked that Tide Machine. Dude. The Wowie origin story.
Recording now?
Yeah.
Alright. Follow me, all independent, I run the game in psychology. They can never manage to do damage and no apology. Pick 'em up, they panic a little minute, cause I gotta be frantic. I'm a jammer, cause I'm an oddity. Gobble this track like a girl, but I'm a monogamous like a pop. You pop, cause I'm fun to walk a fucking I'm an immortal, and that's the reason I'm you. Focus on my hocus pocus and make it like a magic. Never a record check, you didn't respect, I better have it, cause I'm not on
Call of Duty MW3.
Give a about me to any motherfucker challenge my astronomy. Hopping on top in the follow when the plane shows.
Oh, wait. This looks like a banger. Wait. This looks like a banger. 500 views? What? 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 What is this? Wait, Ricky Boy. Wait. Wait. Guys, Ricky Boy as in phase 1 Ricky Boy? Like the mapper? Or not phase, what's it called? You know what I mean. Wait. What's it called? Or is it phase 1? Yeah, like this guy? What comes up must come down. This is insane. Okay, wait. What does Mortis say in Discord? He says, play these two. Why do the intros sound the same? Okay. How could you do this to me? This is the best song ever. Even the vocals are similar. You just got koi no maya heat. My yeah he. This is not. Come on, come on. I need it. Yeah, 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 yeah. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Does this still only have one SS rank? Ooh, I have no idea. Okay, let's clean up a little bit, okay? Dude, what would happen?
What would happen if we threw a football at Double Peachtree while he was doing a cartwheel?
Okay, that one gets a like. That's a, you know what? You know what? That gets in my favorites too. That's a good one. Okay. This reminds me of something I would make when I was a kid. This reminds me of my old self. It's so good. I love that. That's a good video. That's actually a good video.
Fuck a headphone!
This is the countdown to profile reviews. This song's actually pretty good. I'm an enjoyer. I'm a Beck enjoyer. Bro, I'm so happy that you have such an amazing and healthy community around yourself. I mean, a personal comment from Peppy says it all. Okay. What is this?
Present day Mestropel.
What is this? What? That is Matrix, is it? That's insane. I don't believe it. I'm behind the times. This is Matrix. Wait. Has anyone covered this? No, come on, man. Okay. I'm liking it. This is a good one. This is a good one. This is what it sounds like to play with a key sounded maps. Awesome. Like, you can actually just key sound this map. It literally sounds just like someone's hit sounds, doesn't it? It's like, it's got that human error from like when you hit early or late, you know? It's just not the same. Okay. Oh man. Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Stairage. Moonlight. This is good. That gets a like. Did your partner application go through? Let's check. Yo. This guy's a twisted psychopath. Wait, send this to Matrix, this one. Send this to Momo. This guy's crazy. Is he playing this at the end? I don't know. This guy's crazy. I love this guy's channel. Yeah. Ooh. There it is. There it is. Can you guys see the staircase? I can see the staircase. I can see it in my head. Okay, back to the last one. You said, was it this at the end? Here you go. I don't see it. I don't. God, this is such a banger. How is Moon such a banger? Hold on, can we just listen to this like one more time? Just the first part. This is so good. God, such a banger. Okay. Yeah, it's profile review time. It's time. Stairage. Stairage is the keyword. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. We got this. Go back music. People already want me to go back. Troll face. Yeah, 8-Bit Drummer was like, he was rated by a bunch of OSU people, so he started getting some OSU music in like 2015, 2016-ish. He did OSU Memories. He did Osu Mega Mix. He did probably one of my favorite ones is actually Distorted Love Song. He started playing Distorted Love Song, but then he realized that the measure on it kept changing, or it was like a very like unnormal, you know, time signature. And that always blows me away. I'm like, you know what? T-Paz is actually kind of smart in that way. There we go. Look at this.
I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. Millix, what's up, man?
Here, he tries to get it. It's this part, the part.
What is that time signature, dude?
It's so good. What is the code? What is the code? Who knows? We can't tell you. It's a secret. Yeah, this one's in my the tweet that you sent. I'll show that later. What's this? Thank you for that clip. The keyword. Look at that beast. That beast that I'm looking at.
Thanks for the follow.
It's insanity. By the way, I will tell you, there is a new emote Unbound, but it's trying to get approved. I want to know what you guys think. What if I showed you a tiny little lad? What if I showed you this little guy? Finally, the Willy Burger, like everyone's been saying. You will finally have Willy O2 Burger coming soon. Look at that. Isn't that golden? There you go. I told you you're getting emotes. 141, but 135 years. Yeah, well, we've been waiting on this roll for like an hour. So people have come and gone, I assume. Some people who didn't care about the Osu lore. Luckily, the people who care about the Osu lore have stuck around. An hour is an understatement? It's not. We did this. So what? Look at this. I try and roll, and then you already had the chat, and then everyone's like, "No, you gotta watch this video first." And then when I watch the video, everyone's like, "Why aren't you rolling?" I can't do it. It's a lose-lose situation here. Guys, vote right now. 1 in chat for the video, 2 in chat to roll. Right now, instead of watching this 2-minute video. See, look. They say the 2s right now. There's a lot of 1s though. I'm surprised. 1 and 2? You want me to roll and play the video? How is that supposed to work? Okay, you ready? Boom. If this person's AFK, I'll play the video. Saika. Saika. Or maybe, yeah, we'll just play the video in the meantime, since I did roll. Okay, this is a classic right here, if you guys haven't seen this. This is like actually a classic. It's so good. Trust me, it's Osu related. want to see people's reactions who haven't seen this. Just someone at the link. Oh. There it is. Oh man. Trust me, it's OC related. Now, why are Disney characters there? I could not tell you. I could not tell you. Anyway, we roll again. Has seen 849. Are you there? This dance style seems familiar. What do you mean? Is it a what do you call it? The daisuki or the she is my wife? The superstar Mitsuru dance style. Guys, the legend. The legend superstar Mitsuru. She's my wife. Stair edge. The keyword is stair edge. Stair edge. Ooh. Alright, time to reroll. Koalas 0. Koalas 0. Okay, what about Sayonara Superstar? I wonder if there's a thank you for playing. This is awesome. No, there's no thank you for playing, even though that's the best song ever. Oh. Hey! We have someone. Alright, this song is dedicated to you. Rika. This song's dedicated to you. Oh, it's so good. Where's the funny part? And then it ends. Wait. Here.
Thank you for praying.
So beautiful. Thank you for playing. This goes hard, it really does. Throw that over there. Alright. What's up, Rika? Welcome to the profile review. First profile of the review. Profile review of the day. 2 hours into the stream, that's how we like it. That's how we like it around here. Hello? There we go. I got my my thing back in place. What's up, player since May 2020? Congrats on 2 years playing the game. Looks like you've been dumping in a lot more hours than that, though, so I hope you're enjoying it. I hope it's fun. Oh, you have a skin that has some element? It's that? That's awesome. It's probably an applause, right? That's my prediction. Of course, respect to to my Beatmap Spotlights enjoyers. Thank you. Thank you for helping me secure a higher rank. Unfortunately, I don't think I made a what do you call it? Rhythm Incarnate this time around. But hey, you know, it's what happens. All right. Ooh, that's some rank score. You have rank score? You have lots of rank score? Tasty. 4-digit in rank score. I can respect this. Hit accuracy is incredibly high, 99.31. Now, you know, I've said this to many other people, but I'll say it to you also. Try not to care too much about the accuracy, right? Beyond 99%, it doesn't really matter, and you don't want to become too perfectionist. You don't want to force yourself, like, oh, you know, 99.3 ac is easy. Let me shoot for 99.4, and then 99.5, and then 99.6. Because, of course, it's diminishing returns. You're going to put in so much extra work just to eliminate a few 100s. And, of course, you know, if you're playing something you can easily 99.5, you know, all the time, then you're just not going to be improving because you're playing maps that you find easy, right? That's what they are. Maps that you find easy. So you got to think about that. You gotta, you know, be brainy about that. All right. So, play count, 71k, with 12 million total hits does bring you about the lower side of average for hits per play, 170. So we have two recommendations that you probably know very well. Number one, try not to retry spam. It's a bad habit. Everyone does it, right? You don't want to overplay the same map, the same patterns, you know, a couple dozen times in a single day. It's easy just to limit yourself. It's better. I shouldn't say it's easy, right? Because it's easy to just fall back into retry spamming. It's tempting, but it's better for you if you just force yourself, you know, be like, okay, 5 tries, I'm moving on to the next one, right? And then 5 tries on that map, and then you move on to the next one, and then 5 tries on that map, and you move on to the next one, right? Because then instead of playing one map, you know, 100 times, you get to play 20 maps 5 times, which will help you practice different patterns or even different skill sets, and then hopefully gain skill by the next time you play, and then gain skill by the next time you play, and then gain skill by the next time, and then eventually all those maps will start to become FCable, even though you're only dumping in 5 tries on them each day, right? Because it helps you stay away from mind blocks, right? Which is huge when your brain just keeps you from being able to play the map. It's true. And of course, you don't want to overplay the same patterns and, you know, maybe even build up bad muscle memory. That's terrible. It also kills your consistency, which brings us into the next point, which is play maps all the way through, start to finish. Even if you miss, just go for it. Even if you're FCing, you're like, oh, well, I missed in here. I slide broke in the direct middle of the map. I could just retry it. I wouldn't be wasting my time. No. What's wasting your time is actually not playing all the way through, because whenever you quit out of a map without it being finished, you're not going to get to the ending. You're not going to practice the end patterns, and in a lot of modern day maps, the ending is the hardest part. So if you're not practicing that, what are you practicing?
Thanks for the follow.
Right? Playing all the way through boosts your consistency. It helps you focus for longer periods of time. You got this. If you just do those 2 things, you'll be golden. Really. You should just make a general profile review. High AC, don't care about too much about AC. Play all the way through, etc. I mean, that's basically what all my profile reviews are, because anybody can look at what I'm saying here. I mean, of course, the hits per play thing applies to almost everyone, right? But you can look at this and you'd be like, hey, wait, that's like me. And then you take that bit of advice, right? And then maybe you see yourself in this player. Maybe you see yourself, right, in this profile, and you're like, oh, that's me. And you can take bits and pieces of advice. That's why I stream them, right? Is that you can learn from someone else's profile review, technically. Ever think about that? Some people don't have, they haven't thought about it in that way. They got to start thinking like that. Max combo. This is the most stressful max combo ever. This is the most stressful max combo you could have possibly given me. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's Pokemon Medley. And you know why it's stressful? You know why? You know why this is stressful? You know why I'm gonna lose, why I'm off my rocker? Let me tell you. Because I look at 5,900 and there's a 7 in there, and I'm like, it's Paraparamax. But I know in my heart of hearts that that's too long to be Paraparamax. So I'm like, okay, it's not Paraparamax. What if it's, you know, Living Things or something like that? No, I'm sticking to my guts. It's Pokemon Medley. Bzzz, locked in. It's not even the 240 BPM. Doesn't matter. Yep. Boom. Told you. It's Pokemon Medley. You can't fool me. You weren't trying to fool me. You just were trying to get your highest combo. But I know what you were trying to do. Subconsciously, like 3 layers deep, you were trying to fool me. I knew it. I knew it all along. Anyway, looking at your SS and SSs, you have plenty of them. Lots of FCs and a ton of SSs. So I don't know if some of these are on lower star maps or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, there could lead to a little bit of perfectionist mindset going on here, right? Not too much hidden played, but hey, you know, you can always practice that. I say even if you play Nomog mainly, it's good to practice hidden, but lots of different scores I respect it, and hopefully lots of consistency. I don't know, there might be an issue here with the hits per play, just because, you know, it could be like fairly easy maps that you're getting a ton of these scores on. I don't know. I have no idea, because you know, I don't know. But still, a sizable amount of A's, which is good, right? You want to challenge yourself and you want to play maps that you find hard. Perfect. Submit those A's, submit those B's, right? For the longest time, I wanted to keep my profile looking nice, and I was like, oh, my profile will look ugly if I have a ton of A's and B's. But then I realized no one cares but me, and I'm just holding myself back because I'm not playing maps that I find hard and that, you know, push my limits. I wasn't playing maps that, you know, had hard aim or hard tapping or anything like that, because I wasn't going to submit a score that had an A or a B. I was only trying to submit FCs, and that held me back for like the longest time ever, you know? So that's something to think about. Think about how you feel about A's. Think about how you feel like that. And, you know, it's kind of sizable, so there might be some chokes in here, especially things you could go back and fix, but we'll see. I'm a 17-year-old high school student from Indiana, US. I enjoy playing for score and SSs. So yes, SS farming, as we saw. And usually, I will farm a bit. Farm a bit of performance points. Feel free to add me if you wish. If you wish, DM them. If you added them, you know, feel free to message in game. They usually have nothing better to do, you know. In case you guys want a free mutual, potentially, okay? Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Peak rank, 16,510. Ooh. Dangerously close. Oh no. Okay. Currently working on playing every Osu standard beat map. 6,257 out of 92,000. I can tell this hasn't been updated in a while because we're up to 93 point something K. Oh no. I hate to say it, but you might be working in reverse. I'm telling you, too many maps are getting ranked nowadays. I'm never going to complete Osu. That's why I started going from the earliest maps to latest. Right? Because I can be done with 2009 and I can never play 2009 again, right? But I'm never going to be done with everything. You know what I mean? At least that's my mindset. Anyway. Oh, 93.5. We're halfway to 94,000 maps. Oh. I'm going to cry. Achievements, tournament history. Hey, keep playing tournaments. They're fun. Trust me, especially when you qualify. You got it. You just gotta keep grinding. SS milestone. 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000. Okay. Score milestone. 15 billion, 20 billion. Top 5,000 rank score. Hey. So you're telling me that the difference between getting, like, you know, 4-digit rank score, top 10,000 and top 5,000 is only a couple billion? Like, I think, I don't know what rank you're at right now. You said that on July 25th. Okay, so like you should be pretty close. 10 billion is the difference. Or like 11 billion, yeah. But then the difference between like me and rank 60 is like 40 billion or something. It's kind of messed up, man. 181 and I'm at, oh my god, where am I? 159. Oh, I'm almost at 160. So like 20 billion difference now. Whew. It's getting better. 78. Who did I pass? Who did I pass? What? That shouldn't be my rank. I passed someone. I don't know who I passed. I mean, obviously you would think it's this person, but there's no way I did. It can't be Cappy. Dude, I don't know who I passed. Exclamation Osu alt. You guys are so close. You guys, it's quite literally exactly the command that you think it would be. There you are. There you are. Area. Okay. That's an interesting aspect ratio. I will say. Collabs. Okay. Only one collab so far. Alright, alright. So let's scroll down a little bit, you know. Let's take a look at your medals, which are the next thing. Are you farming medals? It looks like you are. Hey, what is your favorite Hush Hush achievement? Tell me. Tell me. Ooh, and you're going for packs as well. I love the Mappers Guild packs, I will say that. They released 2 new packs, which, oh, I forgot to mention, I forgot to brag. After stream, I did the Muzzy pack. So that one's out of the way. Now it's just the Toho pack that I have to get. Yeah, the Muzzy challenge pack is not much of a challenge pack. I mean, technically, it's, by the definition, it is a challenge pack, but it's very easy to get. But yeah, I just have Toho pack now. Muzzy pack gimmick is trying not to fall asleep. Dude, you're trolling, you're trolling. Got caught trolling. Oh man, okay, what did you say? Vantage. Vantage. What is Vantage? Vantage, there's still, oh, it's Impulse. Oh, I do fancy myself a little Impulse play here and there, you know, whenever I can. Oh, and look, you got the Muzzy pack. Did you get that yesterday? Are you in voice yesterday? Did I? Or did you just hear about it today? Oh wait, yeah, that is today. That's true. I forgot what day it is. I'm blind. I can't see. Someone give me speed genetics. Ah, yes, of course. Here you go. There are no angels here, top play. Or no, that's your pin score. I thought that was your top play for a second. I mean, it's close, but, you know. Rambu, no melody. Pokemon medley, there it is. Your eyes combo, of course, of course. This one's so free. It really is. Perth again. KTG Steers. Ooh, you should try the extra, or the Zappies extra. I love Zappy maps, dude. Why can't more Zappy maps get ranked? People will rank any old jump maps nowadays, but they won't rank Zappy maps because Zappy's not trying to rank any maps. It's so sad. Zappy maps are like the kind of difficulty that I like. You know what I mean? Everything's very structured, but it's so spaced that it's not something you're used to. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Oh man. Alright. Van Cyrus Songs Conf. Have I played this? I guarantee you, I have played this map and I don't remember it. Oh, I haven't. There you go. Hey. Half of these marathon maps, I've played them and I just don't remember them. But this one I actually don't think I've played at all. There we go. I'm all cleaned up now. Oh yeah, what happened to my Hard Rock maps from yesterday? Maybe I'll play today in Discord. That'll be fun. It's still my ploy to get people to join the Discord. It's good times, good times. Okay? Xane. Alright, Caffeine Fighter. Pretty solid aim, right, on some of these, but also good tapping, F control, right? I mean, obviously, given the accuracy and stuff like this. So, I mean, you're getting into more unique patterns. Of course, some of the most fun ones, right, aren't just the ones that have, you know, like, oh, there's differing, like, there's changing, how do I say, like, pausing in the rhythm, like breakcore, right? Where it's a lot of patterns all at once. You know what I mean? But where it gets even more fun is stuff like Senkyo Ranbu, like I said yesterday, where it's, you know, the actual like beat snap divisor is changing like all the time. It's going between, you know, 1/4 and 1/3 and 1/6 and 1/2 and stuff like that, you know? Banbu? How did I type that? Oh my god. Senkyo Ranbu. This map is so good. Have you guys ever watched this map? How many people here in chat say I don't know, give me like an 8 if you don't know this map. Okay. It seems like everyone knows this map. Oh, one person doesn't. I don't know. This is just such a good. You see this? It's rhythm. Right for it? Yeah, and a lot of other KTG stream maps, they get you to think of more than just, you know, all 4th beat rhythms, you know? Now, I'm not saying go straight into this, because this is kind of hard. Yeah, this is true and honest Osu rhythm right there. Stuff like that in Mirage Garden, one of my favorite maps ever by Pamuda. That's always changing. Mirage Garden's like easier for Ryoso, you know? So I hate to say it, but it's kind of technically true. So stuff like that is where you can bring your finger control farther. Apart from that, maybe of course, you know, opening Osu Trainer and trying to make stuff, you know, 10 BPM higher and seeing how you can play on those until you get like 98 and then making it 10 BPM higher and then, you know, push your speed, stuff like that. Aim seems pretty good, you know. Yeah, that should be the next Decoro play. Aim seems pretty good. Of course, push your aim as well, right? Stuff like aim control, precision. You know, especially with hard rock, I'm not seeing like a ton of hard rocks. Like there's a no title insane diff hard rock, but you know, apart from that, it seems few and far between, right? I mean, some of these are going over 200 BPM with DT, right? So I mean, that's something. Getting there, you're getting there. There's tons of maps that are like 210 BPM with DT or like even 220. Like actual ton of 221, so yeah. Hard rock is hard to get into, I will admit such a thing, right? Because there's so many things going on. The smaller circles, the higher AR, the tighter hit window, and sometimes a few of those combine to make it like significantly harder than any one of those separate things would be, right? What do some people say that farming is bad? Because here, we can talk about that after this review. Remind me, okay? Keep that thought in your mind. Keep that message copied. Be ready. Remind me once I'm done with this review, which will be in a couple minutes, okay? Yeah, it sucks. Hard rock sucks, but I found, like I say, the best way to get into it, at least for me, was just get some maps I already knew no mod, that I already like knew pretty well. I knew the patterns, I knew the rhythm, right? And I would throw on hard rock and play them, and I could start making the connections like, oh, okay, I see how it goes, you know? Just sight reading hard rock is like, it's hard, but then you'll get into it. You'll figure it out, right? As long as you can get into the mindset, right? Like what I did was, since I knew the rhythm, since I knew the map, I was effectively just training the OD. Right, and the AR, and like, because I knew where the maps or the notes would be and like what the rhythm would be, so basically I was just figuring out, you know, aiming the small circles and tapping to an extent, right? And then once you could get like a basis of like, okay, that's OD10 tapping, that's this, and I can kind of see the notes, like a little bit of reaction in there, right? It's then you build on top of that until you're able to actually like fully read hard rock, which will happen. It's just annoying to do. Hard rock's annoying to get into, and I hate it, and I hate playing it, but I still play it because I want to get better. And same thing with Hidden, right? You're playing Hidden on a lot of these very simple rhythm, like normal maps, which is not the best way to practice. I mean, this one's an interesting jump map, I will say that much, but, you know, try throwing Hidden on some more, like, streamy sorts of stuff, or just, like, more well-rounded, normal-ish types of maps, you know what I mean? Something like maybe Allier Impulse. See if you can throw Hidden on this. I don't know. It's something you UFC'd 4 months ago with nearly 99%, so maybe you could do it. I don't know. Maybe. And of course, some of these older scores bringing up 4 months ago, some of these scores are like pretty old, like 6 months ago. These are scores that you could probably FC now if you tried again, and it's worth it, you know, for that consistency. If you're not feeling like you're consistent on some of these old patterns that you might not have hit before, then you can always go back and fix them. It's not like they're set in stone. And of course, if they're way too easy now, like maybe you could FC United. That would be a cool one. That would probably be hard to overmod, but Ginza versus Ginza, maybe this is too easy. Like I said, throw on Hidden, throw on Hard Rock, throw on something, you know, to make that harder if it really is too easy for you now. It's true. I'm spitting too many facts. That's me. Yeah. United, Hidden, Hard Rock. Yeah, like this. I think this is a good example of overmodding. 4 months ago, you nearly FC'd it. It was just like a random choke. Right now, you could probably Hard Rock this one. If you knew the rhythm and stuff like that, I mean, it's a kind of a farm map, so the jumps might actually feel like RNG if you haven't built up the aim since then, but this could be a Hard Rock play for you. It could be. I will pose that right there. There is potential. There is potential. I've not been informed of the new rework. Oh no. Why not? Why hasn't Peppy come to your house to inform you? Oh, peaking in plays. Of course, we knew that you were playing a lot more than usual, right? You had about 3 years worth of hours after only playing 2 years, but I wouldn't expect it to peak this high. There must be some retry spamming going on, and I think we can see that is definitely the case. It is much more efficient to just not retry spam. Really, you will get the score so much easier. It's kind of counterintuitive because you think, oh, you know, if I have a 1% chance of getting this score, right, and I play it 100 times, I'm bound to get that probably in one run out of those, right? But then if you're thinking backwards, right, if you're thinking like this, by only limiting yourself, you're actually increasing your odds of playing the map because you're going to be practicing different skill sets. You're going to raise your skill level. So maybe that 1% after a couple days will become a 2% chance, right? And then, you know, it'll just keep raising from there the more that you gain skill, right? So instead of just trying to purely play like the gambler addict, you know, mindset of like, oh, let me hit it again, right? Just think about it over time, okay? Your odds will get better the better that you get at the game of FCing maps. So peaking at, you know, 7,000 plays in a month is not ideal, and you're playing, maybe overplaying, I don't know. I'm not quite sure. But 11,000 maps played is a good amount. That's a pretty solid amount. So you might be, you know, maybe it's because of you're venturing out to play, you know, SS farming and maybe even to an extent score farming. But, you know, the more maps that you play, the more maps that you experience, the better you get at the game. Especially patterns that you haven't played before. I think that's probably the biggest thing, right? Because to SS maps, you're going to play maps that you find easy, right? Maps that you can just like get a ton of SS on. And that's fine to have fun, but also make sure you're downloading maps that you find weird. Maps that you might not necessarily like, right? Because you got to practice those. If you never play, you know, something you don't like, say you hate tech maps, right? You're never going to get good at tech maps because you hate them, so you don't play them, right? So even if you hate them, even like I hate Hard Rock, I hate Hidden, I still play those mods because I know that, you know, I'm not going to get any better if I just don't do it. So think about types of maps that might be like that for you, you know? That's something to explore. Look at this, look at this, look at this farming. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, if you've reached the end of your profile, you're going to get a lot of replays watched the more that you're leaderboarding, which will happen as you're doing this. I don't know if you know Osu stats, but... Oh, also, SS Farmer and Score Farmer, join Osu Alt if you haven't. Wink, wink. Alright? There you go. Do you have any questions or anything else you want us to look at? I think you're in a good spot. Just, I think probably one of the bigger things to realize, right, is... There's a difference between, you know, having fun and playing for skill, right? And sometimes they run contrary to each other. Sometimes they work together in the same path, but sometimes they, you know, break apart. And SS farming kind of runs contrary to skill. It can run pretty well in consistency, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean like overall skill building and stuff like that. So, because there's a lot of people who look at their hours and are like, I've dumped in 1,000 hours in this game and I'm only X rank or Y rank. But you got to realize that not all those hours are you know, actively trying to push your limits as hard as you can and improve, right? Sometimes you just take it a little easier. Sometimes you just try and, you know, play for passes or something like that. You know, a lot of people in the chat would probably be like, yeah, that's kind of me. You know, sometimes you're not always playing to gain skill. So why expect that you're going to gain skill from all of the hours that you put in the game? I can guarantee you more than half of the hours that I have are like score farming. You know? It doesn't matter to me. I don't feel like I've wasted any time because it's what I wanted to do, right? And I know that it didn't make me any better at the game, but who cares? It's just meant to be fun. That's the that's the true and honest method right there. Yeah, it was, I don't know, because there was a period in time where I came to this realization. I was like, oh my god, I've probably wasted so much time. And I was like, no, it's over, it's doomed, right? But then I realized, like, I mean, that's kind of what score farming is, right? You know? You can't be score efficient while also, you know, gaining skill. Or at least, I mean, you can, but it's not going to be at your full potential. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Thank you. But anything else? Any questions? Anything else you want us to look at? Or have we pretty much covered the basis of all of these? Nothing? Alright, so somebody asked, I do wanna talk about this. You ready? Somebody asked in chat earlier, and I said to throw it to the side, are you still here? Remind me, here it is, Papyrus. Are you still here? Why do some people say that farming is bad? So I think it's important to go over, right? Because it's very related to what I was just saying. Farming isn't you gaining skill, right? It might feel like you know, you see your rank go up, but rank doesn't equal skill, right? PP doesn't equal skill, and there's kind of a thing. You might, you know, play something that you find hard and you gain ranks because of it, but that correlation does not equal causation, you know? Imagine this. Imagine here's what's gonna happen, right? Because here's what farm maps do. This is the star rating of a farm map, right? It's all the way up here, right? Now, I'm sure you've noticed what makes a farm map farm is that, you know, the map is actually probably like this hard, right? It's probably up to here. Not quite the star rating that it says it is, right? That's what makes the maps farm, is that they're easier than they seem, right? And so since the system thinks that they're harder than they actually are, they give more points. Make sense? I mean, that's like definition of a farm map, I guess. And you can debate with your friends like, oh, is this map a farm map? Oh, is this map a farm map? Because to an extent, everything could be a farm map, you know, depending on how you look at it.
Thanks for the follow.
Right? But I think there's definitely some that you can't really argue that it's like, well, okay, yeah, that's definitely farm map. Like Xane, I'm sure we all know, is probably the biggest, most broken example of them all, right? But that is really, like, in essence what makes it farm, right? And you might think like, okay, well why is it bad to do that? Because what's gonna happen, right? Let's imagine that this line is your skill level, right, over time. Or here, let's just say that you farm, right? So your skill level is initially right here, right? And you could stay at the exact same skill level for a while, and you know what's gonna happen to your PP if you started at, you know, 0 PP? Is you're gonna farm, you're gonna play maps that you find hard for your skill level, and then you're gonna run out of maps, right? Because that's the gap. That's the excess right there, the star rating excess, right? And it's gonna make you think that you're at a skill level higher than you are, right? And then you're gonna hit a wall because you're gonna hit these maps, right, at this skill level, which you can't do, right? And you're not gonna be able to surpass that until you actually gain the skill to actually do that, right? You know what I mean? Right? And then you're gonna learn how to play, you know, maps that are this hard. And then guess what? Once you learn how to play maps that are this hard, right, there's plenty more farm maps that are over this star rating, just slightly above the star rating that you can play. Huh? Are you starting to see what I'm saying? And it keeps people from actually trying to just gain skill, right? Yeah, it is in a sense an actual loop. It keeps them like this, right? This illusion where they're always, you know, here. Whereas if you were just gaining skill, if you were just literally just straight linear, just I'm gaining skill. You know what would happen to your PP? Significantly more.
Is hard, but my dick is harder.
Without caring. Or I guess technically even, right? Sometimes you might not be able to FC the map, so you might fall here and then it goes like that. Which is less preferable, right? Because people see this, your PP number, they don't see your skill number. You know what I mean? There is no skill number. So when people don't want to be like, "Oh, I'm you know, not that bad. I swear I'm not that bad. I'm actually good." You know what I mean? So it's a lot. That's part of it, at least. I think probably a bigger part, proof of what? A bigger part is just that, you know, farming gets you to play a lot of the same patterns, right? Because if there is something that gives too much PP, right? Let's say that space streams give like way too much PP. Then you know what you're going to do? You're going to get really good at space stream maps, right? Because then you're going to start being able to hit more and more spaced patterns, higher and higher spacing. And guess what you're going to do? You're going to hyper focus on that because that's what's giving you ranks. That's what's giving you the PP. And you're not going to play anything else, right? They're gonna give you an 8-star, you know, space stream map. You're gonna FC it like it's easy, and then they give you a 4-star jump map, and you miss half the notes because you haven't practiced jumps. You've only ever practiced streams. That's an extreme example, but now can you kind of see like where that pushes you? A lot of people will focus on like 1 or 2 skill sets because of PP, and they're like, oh, these 1 or 2 skill sets, perfect. That's all I need to gain PP. That's all I'll ever learn. And that's why farming's bad, right? Because people won't actually try and, you know, get good at something else. And that's why we see a lot of people who are like, oh, I'm so slow. I can't do stuff that's above, you know, 220 BPM. Oh, you know, I'm really bad at jumps. I can't play, you know, jump maps, but I can play like space stream maps. There's a lot of people like that, right? Who only focus on like 1 or 2 skill sets, and then they wonder why they can't play any other stuff. And the answer is because you're just playing, you know, the same skill set. That's it. It's true, and that's why farming is probably the most invasive things. Because as much as you want to say, as much as I want to sit there, right, and say like, oh yeah, rank means nothing, and I'm telling you directly, rank actually means nothing. This is not how good you are in the world compared to everyone else. This number means how much you have farmed compared to everyone else. Am I right or am I right? This number tells you, you know, how much have you farmed. That's all it is. That's all that PP and rank means. And as much as I tell you that, right? And as much as I tell you like, oh no, there's no skill, you know, involved in the ranking process. There's literally not. Because there's people who, you know how you circumvent the ranking? You just don't submit scores. If you play maps and then you just don't submit them, like you play them with score v2, you'll technically have 0 PP overall, but you'll be much higher skill level than that. What? Right? It's all inaccurate. It's all skewed. It's all off. And then you get into like different skill sets like that, right? As much as I tell you this, you probably still have some like something deep down inside you that's telling you like, okay, yeah, he's right, but like maybe it's like a little bit with skill, right? There's still like some skill involved. You know what I'm saying? How many people have that? It's not copium. It's a natural reaction everyone has, right? Because you know that there's been times where you've gained skill and you've gained PP, right? And you're like, oh, well, okay, maybe under that circumstance, it's like it's close to that or something like that, you know? And you really have to just like separate yourself from that. You have to realize that this means nothing, literally nothing. It's true. That's why it's tough, because a lot of people do think it means that they're skill, right? So once they start farming and once they're not able to keep up with a lot of other maps, right, it's a perpetual cycle. Right? Remember the graph that I showed you where people had to like gain skill to gain more PP, right? Well, instead of gaining like overall skill, they're going to gain more skill in 1 or 2 skill sets, like I said, and that pushes them further because they're like, oh, I can get PP off of space stream maps? No, oh god, I can't get PP off of these jump maps. Why? These jump maps are so hard. That's impossible. Oh, wait, what if I just play harder and harder space stream maps to get more PP, right? And then it just keeps fulfilling it, and then they'll feel like, oh no, I'm so bad at, you know, everything. Oh, I gotta keep doing it. It's like a never-ending cycle. Farming like tears people down. Some people get further than others in the system, right? but you'll notice that most people who reach number 1 get burnt out. They get absolutely burnt out from the game and just like barely ever play after that. It's true. You can see it time and time again. Did you get 9k combo? The Unforgiving? There's tons of players, like I could tell you tons of players who tried really hard, they got really high in the ranking, and then like it just became just too much, right? Because to keep that high in the ranking, you have to be farming. You have to be constantly farming. You can play maps that are just like so crazy that no one else can do them and you'll get PP. But if you want to keep your ranking, if you want to keep staying above everyone else, or you want to try and reach number 1, you have to farm as hard as you can. You know what I mean? Emmerich is actually the first rank 1 player to keep playing actively. Is he playing actively? I haven't seen him play in a while, I'm gonna be honest, but maybe that's just because of the IRL events. Where's his recent? 10 hours ago. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. We'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. Remember when Emmerich just quit farming in December 2020/January 2021 because it's just boring and then rework happened? Sure. Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing to realize, right? Is that for a lot of people, the cycle just burns you out. I mean, that's what happened to me, right? I was pretty highly ranked in my day, and I cared way too much about PP and everything, and it completely tore me down because every time I wasn't gaining rank, I was like, this is the end. This is it. I'm done for. I'm the worst player that's ever existed. I'm so terrible. And then when I gained rank, I was like, yes, I've done it. Yay, good, cool.
Thanks
right?
for
But then I started losing rank, or I started staying at the same rank. I'm like, why am I not improving, right? Even though it's not that I'm not improving, it's that other people are just surpassing me slightly, right? Which I guess could be a bad feeling, but it's like, it has nothing to do with you. It has everything to do with everyone else in the maps that are getting ranked. There could literally be, dude, you could be rank 1000 one day, right? And then a farm map could get ranked. One farm map could get ranked, and you could be, you know, rank 1100 by the next day. Actually. That's just how it is. Xane, exactly. The Xane example. See? It's so finicky, the ranking, that you can't tie, you know, your self-worth or you know, any sort of idea of skill to it, because it's just not, you know. What have I told you? What have I told you? Where do you think my peak is in rank? You might not see it because this graph only goes 3 months back. Like, where do you think I was the best I've ever been? Here, I'll bring up a Miyabia Osu track so you guys can guess. Okay. Here, let's take off PP. Here's my rank. Here's my rank over time, okay? You see this? Because I can tell you. No, I don't mean my peak rank. I mean my peak skill. At what time do you think I was at my peak skill level? I'll show you my skill over time. I will draw a graph of my skill over time. You ready? Okay. Here's my skill level over time. Okay. Unironically, I am probably the best player I have ever been in this game right now. And my rank doesn't show it. You're not that good? Okay, it's not the rank. This is skill. This axis is skill now. It's not rank. I used to be so bad, right? Here, if you want me to draw it in terms of like, oh, farmability, in terms of like, oh, what rank could I have actually achieved, right? Or something like that. Here, let me tell you, because, oh boy, is PP inaccurate, okay? You want to see? That's probably, like, skill rank level. Oh, man. the best you ever were as a person was when you weren't an Osu player yet. No, but it's true. Like, you look at this graph, right? Most people look at this, they'd be like, oh, you know, I'm decaying. Oh, I feel so bad. Why am I losing rank? I feel great. I'm the best I've ever been. I am so consistent now on, like, hard rock maps. I can just, like, brap out a 500 PP hard rock play without even thinking about it now. Like, look at this. I did this the other day. I was like, oh, I want to play this diff. Why not? I didn't know it was 500. I just played it and I did it. He's scoping so hard. Okay. Okay. You want me to get a 500 right now? I'll play one of these maps. I'll do it. I have tons of maps. If you're that good, set
Thanks
something. I did. Look. Do you guys highlight the past 7 days? Okay. You scroll down, you're gonna see like stuff like, oh wait, where's, oh, my Darkflight Dreamer. You guys don't know. Here, let me give you a preview of the score in case you didn't know. In case you weren't there for that. The Darkflight Dreamer score I did on stream when I was just like chilling out, having some fun. Where is that? What did I call it? I called it like, where is it? Darkflight Dreamer. I called it Dard Flight because I typed it wrong. Look at this. What is happening? This is a banger right here. Now Trio Cup's annoying. I have to warm up for Trio Cup. Get a 600. See, now this is why my eyes are set at 500, right? Because almost every single map up here is a farm map. It gives more PP than it should, right? So I shouldn't even be at a 500 level yet, or at least I don't feel like I should, right? So why would I shoot for 600? If I shoot for 600, I'm just going to be playing a map that's too easy, you know? See, it's exactly that farming mindset that you were like, oh, why shoot for a 500? Shoot for a 600. Meanwhile, I'm playing maps that are, you know, interesting. They're different. Natsu maps suck. This map sucks. Here. This time. Here. You gotta wait for the big reveal at the end of this play. Alright, here we go. Someone noticed it. Laser focus hit error bar.
told you.
Okay, you ready?
Only 56 you are. 41 people.
I'm such a troll. Yeah.
I told you.
You wanna here, hold on, let's enhance that. Let's enhance this image real quick. Huh? You wanna say that again? Were you just saying that I'm not at my peak? Hold on. Let's circle that. Let's draw some exclamation marks around it. I am literally too comfy on these maps now. I should probably be playing like significantly harder maps because I'm so comfy. So true. That's a thumbnail for really too. It kind of is. But this was July 12th, which I'm not sure if you know was about exactly 2 weeks ago. I've been doing a lot of off-stream playing too. Ah, there you go. You just want to be like, oh my god, Willie's not good anymore. He's not good. You know what happened? I thought that of myself for like years, and guess what? Then I was just like, no, I don't care. I am good, and I got better. It's the motivating factor. You don't let anything else teach you, right? You know what happened? I thought I was slow. I thought I was the slowest player that's ever existed in like 2015-ish, because I was like, oh, I can't stream 200 BPM. Maybe it's genetics. Maybe I was born with a reaction time slower than the average human being. Maybe my fingers just weren't born to move this fast. Maybe I could have caused damage to my fingers and I can't move this way. I played a 200 BPM map without realizing it was 200 and I FC'd it. And I was like, oh, I guess I can stream 200. Then I was fine. Then I started playing 210. It's like, just stop making excuses. Just stop being like, oh no, you're washed, you're so bad, right? You know, to other people or even to yourself, right? Because it's just excuses. That's all it is, at least from my experience. I'm sure that there's some people who are actually skill capped. I don't believe it most of the time. Most of the time that I hear people who are like, I've been trying for 4 years, every day, 10 hours a day, I play the Deceit / the Violation, and I'm not getting any faster or anything like that. Anytime I hear that, you know, of course, I don't have the same experiences they have. I had an experience where I did basically, you know, nothing. I thought I was doing stuff. I thought I was training my speed. I thought I was training all this stuff, but I really wasn't, right? And then it would get to the point where I'm like, I'm so sad that I'm you know, terrible compared to like all these other players and all my friends and everyone, and all my friends are just like, yeah, I guess you're just slow. I guess you're just like that. You know what I did one day? And like, I forget what it was, 2018, 2019, I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to play faster maps. And I started playing faster maps and I increased my BPM by 40. Instantly. Like almost instantly. I mean, I say instantly, but like after a month of playing those maps, my max BPM went from about 210 to like 250. It's literally true. It's literally true. All you have to do is you just gotta believe in yourself, man. It's just too much. There's just too many people who are just gonna come out and just be like, oh yeah, you know, you're probably genetics capped. You're probably just bad. You're probably just terrible at this game. Even if, you know, those people are yourself deep down inside. You're just gonna realize like, no, you can do anything. You can do anything in this game. The thing is, people will be like, oh, if you can do anything, then Willie, why aren't you the #1 player? And the answer is, I'm too busy score farming. Like I said, this goes all the way back to what I said before. Not every hour that you're putting in this game is you improving. I like score farming, right? I think it's really annoying trying to grind score sometimes, so I just like playing the game for fun. That's it. I have a hard enough time keeping my score farming rank and my medal rank and my top 50s rank and my, you know, SS farming rank and also beat map spotlights. I'm competing in like 20 different things in this game. Did someone say score? Yes. I'm so diversified. I'm beating PP though. I'm kind of here and there. And that's the secret, right? Is that if you just always play for skill, you'll always gain PP, right? Because you might not be gaining, you know, from the farm maps, you might not be, you know, gaining more PP than you should have, right? Effectively, that's what farm maps do. But you'll be gaining maps from maps that are, you know, like legitimately really hard for you. Like Amoid Kakera is a score that I knew I could get for a while, and this is like a pure skill score, even though this is like the most annoying map ever created. This is one of my proudest scores. I still think it's my best score. Because it took me forever to get this. Okay. And the map sucks, but I just played a map that I found hard.
Okay.
And I got it.
Can we agree that doesn't count?
You only think that because it's a bad map? Okay, kind of. Kind of. No, I think that it's a pretty good score without considering the bad map part, but the fact that this map is actually just made bad, it makes this score like twice as impressive as it was to me. Precision is underweight. Yeah, no, precision's super underweighted. So, but you know, the good thing is, you know, they're always trying to fix farm. They're always trying to make the PP system more accurate and like, you know, get other skills into PP. Like precision will happen eventually. I know that. So as long as you just keep going for maps that you find hard, that you're like, oh, this is an awesome play, this is great. It doesn't matter what the PP system thinks right now, right? In the future, your good plays will be buffed. Guaranteed, you know? Here, where's the funny part? Okay, here it is. This is the best part. This is the same person who thought he couldn't stream the, you know, 200 BPM just a few years before. Nailing OD10, you know, 200 BPM long streams, spaced, in the worst spacing and stream shapes possible. force I hear my back inside my dreams, turning into memories as they start to fall away. I'll do an Amoid Kakera cover. What do you think? It's the same thing, you know. You look at like 20 other maps, you're gonna see the same thing. People are gonna be like, "Oh, Willie, why aren't you improving?" As if this was something that I could do. Even when I said Amoid Kakera.
Half of the people I requested this to got 500 on it. Ooh.
That's a spicy prospect right there. Look at this. What is usually the reason when one overaim streams that you're overaiming it? That's the reason. I'm not sure. What do you mean? You think that the stream is faster than it is, or like? I'm not sure. I think you just gotta figure out how fast it is. The funniest part to me is that in my head, this is a farm map. Like, I'm sure some people in chat might disagree. They'd be like, this is too weird, but it's really easy. It's only 220. I love these sliders. They're so bad. If you can stream that, you think it's farm? I don't know. Because usually for me the hardest part is jumps, right? Because I always, like I said, I was one of those players who went into space stream aim, right, when I was farming as a player. So I got really good at space streams, but jumps have always been like really hard for me to hit. I'm getting better, but like that. It's something that's not tangible, right? Because you look at me and you're like, oh, this guy can't even FC, you know, Black Rover, right? Like I couldn't for the longest time. And they'd be like, hoo, he's so bad, right? You look at him, be like, oh, Willie's washed. You can't even FC Black Rover. But I gained skill to the point where I could FC it. I have been gaining jumping skill, right? And that's not something you're gonna see, because the forefront of my ability, right, is something that's you know, space streams or something like that. That's usually what you see me, you know, in my top plays playing. So you're not gonna see the other skill level that I'm gaining, and that's what a lot of people are like. Oh, well, he's not actually. He's just coping, you know. Like that chat message from earlier. It's like, I'm gaining skill. You just don't realize it because you're not here watching me get like 10 times better at jumps than I was, you know, a month ago. You straining? I'm always straining. Every single stream, no matter what BPM, I start straining. It's an issue. It's true. And there's times where I miss because I'm straining and I'm like, I know I shouldn't be straining on this. It's just, it's finger control. That's how I get my control. You're wondering how I get 99.6 at this break? The answer is, I'm straining hard to have control. Should I cap my FPS? Yes. Go to optimal. It's always the answer. Do Mania, please? Okay. I could. After stream, I'll play some Osu, probably. This is the fun one. This is the fun part, look. I can tell you, just because of the jumps, this score would not be possible for, like, 2021 Willie, even. Get nervous every map. I mean, half the time I'm not nervous, but people will be like, he's shaking, he must be nervous. That's just how I aim, my friends. See, if I was shaking like this, you could tell. Woo! Okay. That was good. Ooh.
I'd say that's a pretty solid improvement.
And top plays 280, it'd be better to focus on 220s. Well, what are you good at? What are you bad at? Think about it, right? Because if you only play, like in my example, right? If you only play maps that are 180 BPM space streams, then you're going to be bad at jumps, right? So, you know, you're not going to be able to get, you know, if I get a 500 180 BPM space stream play, right? I'm barely going to be able to do 400 BPM or 400 BPM, 400 PP jump maps. You know what I mean? Because I never played jumps. So think about what you're strong at. Think about what you're weak at. If you know you're that weak where you can't really, you know, even get into your top plays, right? Don't even worry about it, right? Because all you're going to do is you're going to gain skill until you're able to do that. You know what I'm saying? How to get a review? Oh, it's quite simple. Just type "Yop" in the chat. Yop. Do you know if they ever worked on a precision buff? They can't. Until that's like actually an issue with aim that they have to fix one day. I love Yop. Too bad the overlay doesn't. Here, wait. Maybe it'll work if I refresh the overlay. Oh, it works. Oh yeah. Another genius emote. It's so good. Just custom FPS cap and it's twice my monitor refresh rate. I mean, all that's fine. It doesn't matter really. It's capped at. It's just, it's like how much latency do you want? It's criminal that Shotgun Symphony of Hard Rock would probably be like low 500. Yeah. There's this too. Okay, let's see. Let's see what this emote is. Yeah, that's already in. That's already. I already added that. I love Yep emotes. I don't know why. Yep might be my favorite emote idea ever. Yep is such a good emote. True. Literally true. Literally true. Why does everyone just try and copy pasta everything I say? Goodbye, Seattle. No. God, I've made the same video like 20 times. How many more times can I farm this and have it work? It's time to find out. Do you know this song?
Thanks for the follow.
This is insane. It's Night of Fire, but it's not. Yeep. Oh my god. What is that? What is that being right there? I don't want to look at that. Oh my god. I thought we got disgusting enough with a yep you. Yeah, I thought we got. Look at that. What is that? Nope. Man. It's perfect. It's so good. Oh man. Herm. Yup is the keyword. Ugh. Oh yeah. Wait guys, if I refresh, do you think it's gonna... I baited you. Oh man. OMG. Refresh 2 more times. True. Why does Utami lose so much? Yeah, have you forgotten about his Xane play? Have you... Yep. Yep. Oh man. I forgot. It's kind of true. Alright, alright. Do not farm Xania because I don't care, really. Hey, since we have a lot of people in here, probably a lot of new people, how many of you are new? Give me a 1 in the chat if you're new. Look, I just want to tell you. Did you know that I stream every day? Did you know that? Or at least every weekday. I've been taking weekends off to make YouTube videos. Did you guys know that? I stream every day at the same time. Take your current time and subtract 3 hours. That's when I start. Isn't that crazy? It's magic how that works. Look at this. I can prove it to you. Look. Look at my session time right here, and then look at the current time. Boom. On the dot. Am I right or am I right? Actually, unironically.
Thanks for the follow.
I stream every single day at noon EST, which is 9 a.m. Pacific, 16 UTC. How many more time zones can I figure out? I guess it's 11 Central in the US. JST? Oh, I have no idea. Is that midnight JST, I think? I think? 1 a.m. Okay. I was an hour off. Ah, so close. So close. GMT plus 2? Well, you take GMT and you add 2. Which would be UTC. I said 16 UTC plus 2 equals 18 UTC, right? Am I right or am I wrong? I think I might be wrong. Look, just take your current time and subtract 3 hours, okay? That's the easiest way to do it. That's how you know when you need to watch. Because you must watch, obviously. It's required. It's required by law to watch this stream. Alright, should I roll it? Don't roll. I'm rolling. I'm rolling right now. How does it feel? I'm gonna roll it. Sub if I win. How about you sub anyway? Speaking of subs, anybody who was gifted a sub last month, check if you have a Prime to renew, or you know, a sub of your own, because there's a lot of people who would have subbed normally but they forgot. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying, okay? I was gifted a sub last month. You can't forget. You can't forget. That's what's happening. The gift subs are running out. Finally, the numbers are decreasing. They're not inflated like they were before. I'm pretty sure there's a ton of people who think I'm making bank off of Twitch, but this is a lot closer to the real sub count. And let me tell you, the real sub count is gonna start getting much closer as we as time moves on. That's why I have to start encouraging people to actually sub. It says Prime is available July 26th, but today is the day. Maybe it's at like a certain time. I don't know. Like, when did you sub to your last person with Prime? They're gonna wait. They're gonna wait until the minute where you actually need the sub. You ready? Otnaz Osu. Otnaz Osu. Did I say that right? Did I even get close? Please be honest. Ooh, BMAP Spotlight Enjoyer. Ooh, we like it. We like what we see. We like what we see here. Hungarian. Very cool. What's up? Otnaz. Sad G. Players since September 2020, you're coming up on 2 years. Congrats. 621 hours, which pretty much lines up with 2 years worth of playtime. So you have been playing for pretty much the entire time since you've signed up to the game, which is very cool. A lot of people don't. A lot of people just take a break for some reason. It's weird. Interesting. Rank score, 10 billion rank score. Not a ton, but you know, it's an okay amount. For some weird reason, Twitch doesn't let me sub. I got money, but it doesn't let me spend it on you. Oh my god, they're actually scamming. Since it's my prerogative to get more money and increase my wealth, have you tried refreshing? Oh man. Hit accuracy, 98%. Very good. That gets a thumbs up at least. That gets a thumbs up. You're gonna work on rank score? No way. I've had this issue for 6 months or so? What? That's insane. Play count, 32k. Maybe contact Twitch support about that. That's kind of weird. 9.2 million total hits. It's pretty solid. Interesting. Which does bring you far above the average for hits per play. 282 hits per play, of course. I don't need to tell you anything. I don't need to tell you not to retry spam. I don't need to tell you to play maps all the way through. You already know. You're already on top of it, I'm sure. Right? I'll check. I'll come back to check just to make sure. You'll never know. Max combo 2578. Ooh.
Thanks for the follow.
That sounds quite familiar. That sounds very close to a map that I might know, but it's not gonna be it. It's not gonna be it. It's not gonna be it. No. I don't know what it's gonna be. Sorry, I looked up the map. I don't know what this is. Wasn't there a donation link? There is. What do you mean? What? Go to my channel. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe people just don't know. Hello? I don't want to hear myself. Links. Tips. Ah. Oh no! Why does it look like this? What have I done? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? What have I done? This is so cursed. That's a good one. That's a good one right there. Oh man. Hey! Thank you for the sub. Hey. Almost up to 300 subs again. We'll reach back there sometime, I'm sure, but I don't know. Once these subs expire, we're gonna be down a lot.
Thanks for the follow.
It's true. Thanks for the follow. All right. So I've been stalling because I don't know what combo this is. I'm gonna be honest. You win. It's too low. I can't guess it. What is it? What's your highest combo? Pokemon Medley? Are you kidding? Pokemon Medley? 2500 combo Pokemon Medley? Are you kidding?
Here is a sub now. Review me or I step on their toes, bitch.
That's so true. Thank you for the $5. I like your message. I like your message. I like your message. Waking up for the tourney. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm 5 digits and I love to stream, but I can't. Just keep gaming. You get it. You'll learn how to stream. Probably the thing that people when they first start out is the technique, because nobody's born doing this as much as the genetics people want you to think that, a Turner was predisposed as a child to be able to like that. No one is born doing this. Okay? So technique and then refining technique is all you'll ever do in this game, right? You learn how to do something and you just figure out a better and more efficient way of doing that. That's what you want to think. Oh yeah, of course. I'm sorry, I didn't know about the lab where they created the 300 BPM babies. Most of the time, I grind skill, and then sometime I go to farm a bit. Oh yeah, sounds like the last person as well. I see myself as a speed player. Original, I know. Okay. Goals. Showing some performance on HOT. Oh, Hungarian OSU turn. You put in parentheses just for me. Getting a decent play. Oh, you got a decent play? Okay. Learn how to hidden and hard rock in progress. Hey, so you're branching out into other mods. That's good. Oh wait, we forgot to look at your S ranks. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Which of course, you have a solid amount of, not a ton compared to your A's. You have a lot more A's, so consistency could be an issue. Don't be afraid to go back and fix some of these older plays. Okay, sorry guys, I lost myself. It's true. It's true. There's some hidden, but not a ton, right? Probably focus on you know, maybe FC stuff that you think you should find easy, right? Like if you're playing 7-star maps, I'd pretty much expect that you'd be able to FC a 5-star map, like pretty easy, like 5 stars flat, you know? So if you're not at that level, then, you know, think about playing some of those 5-star maps, see if you can do it, because, you know, playing high-star maps is only half the battle. Being able to FC and being consistent on such patterns is the other half, right? It's a balance between consistency and grinding skill, and you gotta figure out the fine balance, right? Because I'm pretty sure, you know, there's tons of players who can pass, you know, 10-star maps or whatever, but what does that matter if they can't FC, you know, something that's 5 stars, you know? So it's a balance you gotta figure out, something like that. It's not to say it's bad to have A's though, right? You always want to be pushing yourself. You always want to be, you know, play something that's faster than you ever played before, or harder to tap than ever before, or harder to aim than ever before. You know what I mean? So it's always there's always something to improve on. Those A's and B's will help you out a ton. I can't say much about the C's and D's. I don't think they help you out personally, but you know, if you really want to get them, then you can. Man, genetics people were right the whole time. How to stream stamina. Oh, I think I've seen this video. Look at this. They were right. Where's the streamer? What do you guys think? This is him. This is the guy. This is the 300 BPM guy. What are you guys thinking? What? What? He wasn't born streaming 300 BPM? What do you mean? That's what people look at. And like I said before, they'll often look at hours and they'll be like, what? This guy only has 1,000 hours. But it's like, you know, he's putting in so much work. 1,000 of those hours are probably actually grinding skill, you know, or something like this. 1,000, he's dumping in more skill than you think. And I hate when people say genetics. I'll talk about, here, can we talk about genetics after this? Can we just do OSU discussions after this? Oh my god. I have so much to say on the topic. Now that I've even brought this up as a meme. Ooh. Good game lag. Good game lag. That was a pretty good one.
Follow.
Anyway, back to the important stuff, right? You know, keep gaming. Keep gaming. Pass an 8-star map. Oh yeah, stream 250 BPM progress 220. Okay. Hey, don't forget to work on your aim. That's the thing. Right? You know, it's a lot of people will go into speed and then they'll get really bad at jumps because they're not practicing aim. They're not practicing jump maps or anything like that. You know, you do that right now. Okay, good. I mean, if you're already at 220, I think that there's a ton of stuff that you could practice in terms of here. I don't know how you're still here if you're streaming 220. Maybe it's worth. I will say as well. I don't know what you're playing yet, but if you're not playing like a ton of like really finger control intensive stuff at lower BPMs, then I'm not sure exactly where you're practicing because long streaming is only half the battle. in terms of like stamina and stuff like that. No way. I think I know you. It's true. It's like you can the easiest part, right, is you'll see those people who play those maps that are like a 1,000 notes long, 180 BPM. It's just a stream that goes like, you know what I mean? That's not hard to do because you can actually like regain stamina like as you're death streaming, and it's not as intensive compared to something where the rhythm is starting and stopping. Archilengoi, you mean there are no angels here? What's your ack? See, you're saying pass, you're saying combo. What's the ack? Because that's what you're focusing on. It's finger control. It's talking about the hit window. You're thinking about stuff like that. What's the ack? Because if you're not getting like 98 ack on something, if you're not like drilling it till you're like really confident with finger control on it, then you're probably losing it. It's 95. You're getting close. You're getting close. Try even like a lower BPM. See if you can get 98 ack on like 1.1x. See how you're doing. Really, because that sort of stuff, that rhythm, it's starting and stopping, and it takes so much more stamina, so much more focus, so much more finger control than just doing a straight stream. So I'm glad you're practicing that sort of stuff. Pass Nate Star math. Become a 4-digit in CTB before the end of 2021. Oh, you were. Okay, that's pretty crazy. Wait, what's your top play? I'm almost there. Oh, you just wait. Oh. So close to 100 PP play. I think you should shoot for the 100 PP play. I think you should. I'm not to brag or anything. I set a 50 PP play at Harimachi Clover and Catch yesterday. Just saying. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at the game. All right. Where are we? Friend, you is nuts. He's the reason I am still here. Awesome. Collapse. All right.
Thanks for the follow.
Okay. That's a big one. Standard. Main game mode. Almost all my goals relate to this game mode. Some achievements. First 100 PP. Okay. First 200 PP. Okay. First 200 PP. Okay. 5-digit. And then CTB. The other game mode I play. I'm trying to improve. Feel free to message me if you want mutual. Hey, you guys want some free mutual? Huh? You want to make a new friend in Osu? There you go. Thanks for the 4 months of supporter. There you go. Alright, so let's scroll down a little bit. Let's take a look at some of your pin scores right here. Ooh, good ack. Good ack on a lot of these. This one's so free. This one's so free. If you guys haven't played the Self-Surrendered, go play it. It's so free. Anyway, God, I could not do this map for so long. This is a good, I think, basic stamina one. It took me forever to be able to FC this map. That's a good one, because that's like 218 BPM, 218? 217, I was close. I could feel it. It'll haunt me forever. Okay, you're getting some of these I guess higher aim requirement ones right here. It's always good to play, I like the Deceit for warm up. It gets your fingers moving, which is the most important thing, I think, right? Is like if you can get your fingers moving in the first place, then you can kind of like just get into speed, It doesn't matter if you're doing like super well or super bad. It doesn't matter, right? As long as you get yourself to that point where you're able to do other things, right? Imagine the Deceit for warm up. That's what I do. Whenever I'm trying to go for speed, I throw on the Deceit and then I play it. Not the top diff. I just do Pishy's extra. But see, I'm not doing great either, but there's some runs where I feel like I'm feeling it. You know what I mean? Who knows? Send you a songs comp choke? Aw. Sag. That could have been your highest combo. Oh, it was close. Almost. Or was it? Or am I thinking of the last profile? What was your highest combo? 25? No, yeah, that could have been your highest combo.
Thanks for the follow.
Reign of Fear 3. I don't know if you played some of the other diffs of Reign of Fear. They get really hard. They're interesting. I think especially like the is it 5? That's the CS. Yeah, the CS6 one. This is really interesting, and I'm so sad that nobody ever plays this. It's such a cool diff. Because it's just like all the other diffs except it's CS6 and it's mapped for CS6. which is unique. You don't see a lot of maps do that. You know what I mean? You tried it? It's cool. It's different. That on the streams. You'll get it eventually. So looking at your top plays, not always your best plays, right? We know how PP goes. It's just the performance points just don't always match up, you know? I've seen this. See, I told you I knew it. 17 months ago. I don't remember playing that. That is a banger. That is a banger. We're finishing up this profile review, and then we wanted to do some like discussions. Some awesome Osu discussions. We want to talk about genetics. What do you guys think about genetics? Actually, save it. Save it for the discussions. 96 Akon through the fire and flames. What? If you can stream 220, you can easily do 200. Yeah. That's true. That's true. If you... I agree with that, though. I actually do agree with that. If you can't do 200, then you can't do 220. I don't believe it. OD is the thing. I mean, that's true, but it's there's a like there's a basis there that's like there. But the thing is, right, you also have to consider like the aim, right? Like if you're talking about this profile, I would say you can definitely stream like 200. It's just the aim requirement for Through the Fire and Flames that people don't usually think about because they think, oh, it's a stream map, but there's a ton of jumps in this map, right? And if you're not used to, you know, some of those 6-star jumps, especially in tandem with streams, right, that'll drain your focus a ton, then you're not going to be able to do this, you know? It's true. It's true. The base statement is true, but the thing he's trying to say. Generally saying if you can stream a BPM, you can aim it. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Because aim, how do you define aim? Right? Like I can aim Freedom Diamond. Technically true. I can't aim 240 plus BPM stream maps because of my tapping lacking. Okay, I do kind of get what you're saying though. No, that's yeah, like that's what it takes. Right? So I'm talking about focus, right? When you think about it, I like to think of focus as like a limited resource. Like imagine like 2 bars for like your aim hand and your tapping hand. And if you're focusing so much on aiming, you're have less to focus on tapping, and your tapping might fall behind. But if you're focusing too much on tapping, you're not going to have a ton of aim, and your aim will start falling behind, right? But if you grind a ton, if you just grind F control, if you just grind stamina, the requirement for focus that you need to tap goes down a ton. So I can see what you mean there. I think you're not saying it in the right way, right? Right? Aiming 180 BPM follow point space streams is easy, right? Maybe you found the exact perfect person to talk this to, because I would agree.
Thanks for the follow.
I'm such a troll, the Kush Van Man. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, the Kush Van Man is here. We have to play the national anthem. All right, let's play the national anthem. Here we go. Welcome to Kush Van Man. What's up? This is fine. I've been thinking about this song so much. I don't know why. How was the stream? Tell us. God, this is such a good song. Is this I? Like actual I? Wait. That's kind of insane. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. No, I thought there's a Leaf Eye. I saw this somewhere. Someone did a piano arrangement of Leaf Eye, and I forget where we found it. I think we found it. We were just in Discord one day, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, they're actually starting and stopping at like the right parts and everything. If anyone could find that for me, please, I'm begging you. Anyway, back to the profile. Some good stuff. You could always fix up some of the old plays, right? Because if you're gaining skill, some of the stuff that you might have choked, months ago, 4 months ago, this might be possible now. If you've increased your aiming ability, your tapping ability, it might be possible. Just like how we were talking about focus right there. Even if you're improving your tapping, that's just less focus you have to use on that. So you might be able to think about the aim a little bit more, right? You never know. But definitely some speedier stuff in here. Xanae spotted. True. Some is this 10.3? This must be 10.3, right? No, 8.5. Well, some AR10 playing. I don't know. If you want to get into some faster speed, you're gonna want to learn 10.3 earlier on. I'm just saying. You don't want to be like me and think that you can't learn it and then just don't learn it. It's true. You got some good stuff over here. No mod another. This is kind of iffy on the F control. Several shouldn't be that hard, but it might be aim, right, holding you back. If you aim too early, too late, you're gonna like Gunga choke a stream for stringing together like 2100s. That's just how it is. So I mean, as long as you're also going high BPM, think about going low BPM, right? It's always finger control. It's always you gotta think. Overstream, exactly. You gotta think about that finger control because that's what makes you, a speed player. There's plenty of people who shred, but if you want to like be a speed player, you gotta have the control, right? I mean, you look at the Kushvan, man. People are just gonna be like, oh well, the Kushvan man is getting some DT hard rock plays with 92% accuracy, and then I say to that, well, that's OD11. And then the room is suddenly quiet. That's what it is, right? It's finger control that holds everyone together. It's not like the Kushvan man is shredding every single map he plays. I mean, he shreds some maps definitely, but it's what brings it all together. That's what makes you into the strongest player ever. Low BPM is so important for the finger control to have low UR speed player. I mean, yeah. I think it's useful to have. I don't think you have to just like drill it completely. Like I used to drill, I said this on stream before, I used to drill Ice Angel halftime because I was like, I need to get good at finger control. God, I used to be so stupid. But you don't need to do that. Just make sure that you're confident on it, right? You don't need to have like a low BPM practice map or anything like that. Just make sure that you're feeling it, recommendation. I mean, it's fine like if you're not used to that BPM, but I mean, I used to play it like every day to warm up. Was Ice Angel halftime. I was just like, I gotta do this, I gotta get my finger control. I would that was my regimen. Oh man, some bees in the top plays, but that's what the Deceit's gonna do to you, especially when you're getting that combo on it, right? Sounds KTG stern. I mean, I guess technically. Sewing Machine, that's with DT. See if you can do the top diff of Sewing Machine. That's a perfect like low BPM map. This one's hard. This one's hard because of the I guess people call them like cut streams now. Those aim, but this is a huge F control one. Even like the extra diff, I think, right? You can't? Okay, how about the extra diff? Get that finger control going on. Can't even do 5-star DT yet? I don't see what DT has to do with it. Without DT, don't you have like 300 PP plays? What do you mean you can't do 5-star? What? You have 6-star. You have a 6-star FC. You can't do this. You can't. This is a 5.7-star map. Look, I'm just saying. Interesting. It's something to think about. It's
Thanks
something
for
to
the
think
follow.
about. He's saying 5-star before DT. I'm not talking about playing that DT. I'm talking about playing that no mod. I was not talking about playing that DT. If you thought I was talking about playing that no mod or DT, oh my god. Oh my god. That's something different. Yeah, definitely a lot of these maps that you have chokes on. I think you should go back and see if you could FC them. You know, even if they're farm maps like this, even if it's just like RNG or if it feels like RNG, right? The more that you practice aim, the better that you get at it, the less RNG it feels, right? It's not like Emrek plays this no mod and he's like, oh, you know, it's random whether I hit the ending or not. No, he just hits the ending because he's so good at aim that, you know, he's gotten to that point where it's not RNG anymore. Right? That's the RNG feeling, I think, comes from like your uncertainty, where you're like, you're about the skill level, but you're just not quite sure yet, right? On hitting the ending. And sometimes, you know, you falter here or there. But like once you're above that, it's like you got it, you know? Can we remember these maps? Well, they're in your top 100. I feel like you should know these. Here, go back and see if you can fix them. Omega Rhythm is actually a really good finger control one, I think, because it is kind of lower BPM, but it's still like, it's high OD and it's a little bit higher spacing, so that would be a really good practice map for you. 9 months ago you got 95%. You could definitely 97, 98 that now. You know, 6 stars now? No way. Have you seen Arnold's play on this, by the way? This is like the stupidest play that anybody could have imagined in this reality. I cannot believe that. I just want to keep that open really quick. Here, hold on. Yeah, so like I said, you know, always go back, fix some of these plays, but always be downloading new maps, always be experiencing new patterns that you've never played before. That's the method. A little bit of a medal farmer. Do you have a favorite, you know, Hush Hush achievement? I bring up medals because they're a different way to play the game. They're like achievements in other games. The more of them you get, the more you decorate your profile like this, right? And it's a different way, instead of just, you know, grinding skill or trying to farm PP. It's a different way to play the game, and it's one that a lot of people find fun. There's a whole community behind it. It's not just medal farming, though, right? I use this section to talk about, you know, there's a whole ranked score farming community, getting as much score as you can. There's an SS farming community, trying to get as many SSs as possible, you know, and you can invent your own way to enjoy the game as well, right? You could be like, I want to FC every map by Dragon Force, right? That's a valid way to play the game. It'll take a while, it'll take some skill, but it'll give you like a side quest to do, right? And it'll keep you from getting burnt out from the main game. Snipe Country #1s, that's another one, right? And a great server for all this, by the way, is Osu Alt. Exclamation Osu Alt in the chat in case you want to join. See, I do all the Osu Alt promos. Leaderboard forming, yep. Tried every playstyle. I mean, that's kind of what I try, right? Or do you mean like playstyle, like, oh, let me try tap X now, oh, let me try mouse 1X now, unless you mean that kind of playstyle. Favorite medal is Elite. I got that accidentally. See, that is the sign. I've said this before about medals. I think a good design medal is one that you can just accidentally stumble upon. Some of these are so specific that I don't know the majority of people would ever accidentally stumble upon them. Here, where's Elite? There is Elite. That's a good medal. That's a good medal. At least I think so. Anyway, good choice. Good choice. You even played some of these BMF spotlights, interestingly enough. Strange. I don't know. It seems like you went out of your way for those because these are in order. At least I think they're in order. I don't know. Peaking at 2.3 thousand plays in a month. Not a ton. Not super high, but still a bit higher, right? So, you know, you're just playing a lot anyway. It's just how it is. Some of these, you're definitely retry spamming, so you know not to retry spam as much, you know. Those random CTB maps, yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting that play count is across all modes. That's true. But, you know, you only have about 6,000 maps played. Like I said, download maps that you haven't experienced before, especially like different types of maps. It can be hard to find them. Apparently there's like some new website where you can just type in like tech map and it'll give you tech maps, which is interesting. But, you know, if that's something you haven't explored, like alt maps, precision maps, awkward aim maps, aim control, finger control, you know, like all these different skill sets in the game, if there's something that you haven't explored yet, download those types of maps, maybe some easier versions of that, you know, skill set, and then start getting into it. Because I think to be the strongest player that you can, you gotta just explore everything. You gotta just try and be strong at everything, right? It doesn't matter if you have like 1 or 2 skill sets that you're really good at. If, you know, your other stuff is all the way down here, you're not going to do like super well in like a tourney environment or anything else. But if you slightly raise that, you're doing significantly better, right? Even if you have like those 1 or 2 skill sets all the way up here. You know what I mean? Play tech, become better. It's true. I mean, tech maps teach you something about rhythm choice. They teach you like a completely different way of envisioning rhythm choice, but that's like deep lore. We'll save that for OSU discussions, right? So keep downloading stuff, especially the stuff that you hate in this game. I forgot to mention that here. I know that you said you're going into mods, and guess what? I'm trying to go into mods too. I'm trying to learn Hidden. I'm trying to learn Hard Rock. I hate them. I absolutely hate Hidden. I despise playing with Hard Rock, but I still play it anyway, okay? Because I know I want to get better at them. And if I just hated them, I was like, ooh, I hate them so much I'm not going to play them, I won't get any better because I won't be playing them, you know? So sometimes you got to force yourself to do something you don't necessarily like. Maybe in the future you'll end up liking it though, right? I'm still iffy, but I mean, I guess I kind of like Hard Rock more than I did before, I guess. I still really don't like it. You might be surprised because you'll notice I'm setting a ton of top plays with Hard Rock, but I'm like, I wish I could just play everything no mod. It really sucks. Anyway, you've reached the end of your profile. Do you have any questions or anything else you want us to look at? I think you're in a good spot. It's really just make sure that your other skills are up there, especially aim, right? A lot of speed players will go hard into speed. They'll go hard into that. You know, you might not think of finger control, which hopefully I think a lot of your plays are good F control, and you're thinking about that a little bit at least, right? But also aim, right? Don't let it go by the wayside. Don't get you know, completely aim locked or anything like that. Because there's so much to explore in every skill set. If you just go down one path instead of going down, you know, a couple more, then you're gonna get like tunnel vision on that one thing, and you're not really gonna get into a lot of other stuff. Especially when, you know, let's be honest, right? The meta has been aim for years, so you're gonna miss out on, you know, half the maps in the game if you're not, you know, exploring aim deeper than you have already. You're gonna miss out on, you know, 50,000 different maps, unironically. It's true, but that's how it be. No, it's good. So you have no questions, nothing else. So I think you got this. I think you got this. You seem to be good at grinding BPM. You seem to be good at grinding that. It's really just, you know, finger control. I see you were playing the map. That map that we just talked about before. It's really just getting the aim down. No questions? Well, if you do come up with a question, you can always come by the chat, and that goes for anybody, right? Even if I've already reviewed your profile, you can always drop a question in the chat. Be like, hey, I was wondering this, this, and this. And I'll try and answer, right? I try and answer most messages. Here. Let me do. Here, fellas. Let's watch this play really quick. And I have to use the bathroom and get a drink. But then we'll talk about discussions, okay? I swear I'm not late. I swear I'm not late. What are the most unusual... Oh yeah, did you like that play? Did you guys enjoy that play? Did you see this? What's this? Red pixel on happy synthesizer. Expert div with GT? I was about to say he's gone forever. No, I'm not. I'm not. I swear I'm not. Okay. Let's see anything I've missed, guys. So you can just let's just chat. Let's talk about some Osu stuff, okay? Tell me what you think. Tell me what's going on, okay? As a new player, hidden looks impossible. Yeah, you get used to it, and some people even prefer using hidden, right? Because there are some benefits and some drawbacks. I think it's just a different way of reading, right? It teaches your brain to think in a different way, right? Whereas in normal, just like no mod, effectively is what I'll call it, right? You're looking for the approach circle to close in on the inner circle, right? As you know from the tutorial. That, and you know, you're waiting for the exact moment where you have to click. But in hidden, it's all about when the objects appear and even more importantly, when they fade out. Right? And you have to keep sort of like a mental buffer of like, oh, this object was over here and it just disappeared, so I know I have to click that in the next beat, right? And it's reading by like fading in and fading out rather than reading by like a giant circle telling you when to click. Yeah, hidden does look cool. I can agree when you start playing. Hidden does look cool. What are the most unusual style of beat maps to play? Old maps. Like actual old maps. Old maps. Not oh, this map is from 2017. It's really old, you know. I mean 2007. Take it back 10 extra years. Because back then, I'll say it again. Right?
Thanks for the follow.
When the game first started. No, I don't even mean 2012. 2012 maps are super comfy and super nice. You don't understand. If you think 2012 maps are old maps, you have not played true old maps. I will tell you. In 2007, the game just started out, and there was barely any players, right? And barely anyone knew what the game was actually based on, you know? At least it feels that way. It feels like people like had heard of Osu, like the DS game, right? At least they didn't understand like the concept, like how to map effectively. So a lot of the maps are very jank. A lot of the maps are very like awkward. A lot of the maps are completely time drawn because people didn't know how to effectively use the editor. A lot of them have the complete wrong offset. Some of them just aren't even mapped to the song. The rhythm choice is all over the place. Those are some of the most awkward maps in the game, and that's why they're so fun. That's why you'll see a lot of people who just like love playing old maps, myself included. Right? You'll be like, why would they love that? These maps suck. And yeah, everybody knows that the maps are terrible, but that's what makes them hard, right? And that's what makes them a challenge, is that they're just like timed completely wrong and oh, this pattern's so bad. That's what makes it. That's what is the challenge. You know what I mean? So that's a good one. Has anyone heard of Sakura Skip and rising up the rankings quickly? Will Stetson first storm Japanese version? What? Qualified? Why is the diff name like that? What is this? Interesting. I believe nerve control is a joke. Well, it's not a skill, but I do believe it's a real thing. Like, it's not a skill in Osu. You can't quantify nerve control, right? Apart from just being like, wow, he hit it, or oh, he choked, you know? I think it is like a thing, and some people do it better than others, but it's not like a skill in the game that people are like, oh yeah, you gotta learn this. It's in the same way that consistency isn't a skill. Consistency isn't a skill. Consistency is just like how you play. It's like the culmination of your skills. You know what I mean? Terrible maps are simply the most fun. I will tell you, if you have ever joined the Discord voice, discord.gg/Willy, when I'm playing completion, when I'm playing, 2008, 2009 maps, and I'm just like raging at the maps, I'm like, this sucks, this is so bad, I literally hate this map. And then I finish the map, I'm like, that was a pretty good map, that was pretty fun to play. That I mean, I'm sure for a lot of people that's just how they play Osu, right? But that should tell you. This is literally the worst map I've ever seen. Why is the map like this? How did they even allow this to get ranked? Oh man, that map was so fun. I should play that again. You know what I mean? Any examples of old mappers? Probably the most famous old mapper that a lot of people know nowadays is DJ Pop, because he made like really good maps for the time. Like a lot of them might look weird to you now, but they're a lot more modern style than like 2008. There's some mappers that were just like really ahead of their time, like 2 or 3 years ahead of their time, which doesn't sound like a lot because that puts you in like 2010, 2011. But that mapping style is very clean, very like, oh whoa. Like this came out in 2007, you know what I mean? Like Marissa, that's one of the very first maps ever ranked in the game. Is Marissa wa Taihen, Nomono wo Nusunde, Marissa wa Taihen Osu. Not this one, not. Please give me the real one. I mean, I guess. Would you mind if we watched a DT play? Here, let's watch a DT play. This is made in 2007. And if you look at some of the other 2007 maps, which are literal maps that were like, people don't understand how to use the editor and they're just placing circles everywhere, and then they have like a 500 BPM slider go like across the screen. It's like stark contrast. You know what I mean? Like you look at this and you're like, oh, it looks old because it's grid snapped, it's all linear mapping, right? But that's already such an improvement over the majority of 2007 and 2008 maps. It's crazy how good this map is. The visual spacing, like the obvious structure of it, it's just like, it's so clear how good this is compared. DJ Pop is the Cookie Z of mapping. Like this looks like nothing to you now, but it's like, if you look at stuff like dude, I don't know, Osu Tiger Yamato or something, it's like those maps are so bad, dude. Like, I hate to say it, I'm sorry, but this map is really bad. Look at this. Like,
are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
This is what was being mapped in 2007. What's like the worst one? Like no visual spacing. You can see like all those were equally distant in time. One was here, one was here, one was here, one was here, one was here. You know, it's like there's no like correlation between anything. What was the ranking criteria? That's the thing. That's what I'm saying, is that maps could just get ranked in 2007 because there was nothing. Nobody knew like what the standards were. There were no standards yet, right? All they had to go off of was, oh, there's this DS game where there's sliders and there's circles and stuff. You know what I mean? People didn't understand how to make good maps yet, and that's why stuff like this came out, right? From these people who didn't really understand like the game design or the mapping standpoint, because mapping like basically wasn't invented yet. Like some people even actually tried to like create their own INIS style maps, which is, you know, probably the pure evolution of what mapping should have been at this time, but a lot of them just like, you know. Well, that's why people love this. It's like, this is a map that was like really hard to SS. So getting the first SS in this or something, there's one that's similar to this. Like, look at this. It's just like, it's all over the place. Average graveyard map. Yep. Oh, that looks okay. This is awesome. Goodbye Sengen. Bad time. What is this? Okay. Okay, cool. Interesting. Fire is screaming. Okay, let me put on my socks. I feel so cold. I'm gonna start wearing some socks. I took off my socks earlier because I was so hot. I was like, oh, it's so hot in here. Now I'm so cold. I'm freezing. That's how I regulate my temperature. Am I right or am I right? Wait for ranking insane songs. Guys, Wafer's always been ranking insane songs. This is not new news. You seen the Wafer map of like a G6? Oh man, Doomsday Mapping? Doomsday Mapping's pretty good. There's some mappers actually from like the 2008 2009 era who started actually making good maps, but they're effectively like ahead of their time. They're pretty much like 2010 mappers. And then there's some people in 2010 who made like 2013 tier maps. Like Happy 30 was so ahead of his time. I mean, Lesja is always like, he was mapping in 09, but like by the time he was ranking stuff in 2010, it was already like 2013 tier. It's like there's always people who are just like, they basically set the standard for like what's to come next. You know what I mean? Happy 30 maps. I just want to tell you, Emotional Skyscraper. I just want you to remember this map, okay? Oh, here, someone plays it. Good intro. What is this skin? Yes, this map was ranked in 2010. Not uploaded in 2010. It was ranked in 2010. It is one of the like cleanest, most modern feeling maps ever. I cannot believe how ahead of his time Happy 30 was, especially with the rhythm choice on this. I love the rhythm choice when it gets to like this part. How did he know? Like, I already knew it was ahead of its time, but for the longest time, like a couple of years ago, I thought like, oh, it's a 2012 map, or like a, you know what I mean. When I found out this was in 2010, I was like, what? Because if you look at some of the other stuff that's ranked in 2010, it is technically the start of modern mapping. A lot of you guys would be like, what, modern mapping 2010? But it's where you see the birth of like structured, actually good, like not old mapping, like old ancient era mapping. They're so good. Like actually, unironically, so many good maps from 2010. It's just amazing with something like this. Anyway, enough about mapping. Any other Osu discussions you guys have for me? Tell me. Give me some more Osu's talk. Yeah, Basara. Basara's 2010? Oh my god. I still can't believe probably the most ahead of its time map ever might be this. Just because this was 2007. This was literally like 2 months after the game came out or something. Each. Dude, you know what the craziest part is this came out in 2007 and he already figured out like stacking on sliders. He already like abused the editor to figure out how to make the slider stream. Because stacking wouldn't allow for this. You can see that some of them are like unstacked just to like fix the stacking. Like what? What do you mean? It's insane. It's like, how did you even think of that in 2007? You know what I mean? Why are there so little maps with CS7 or up? Do people just dislike them? Yeah, I think it's something where it's, you know, it's not something people go for. If you get PP in this game, you're pretty much playing, you know, CS4 maps or whatever, and that's where you're used to. Unless you play with Hard Rock, you're not even going to be used to CS, you know, 6 or CS 6.5, you know, which is still common amongst like Hard Rock players, I would say. But beyond that, not a lot of people are like, it's less rewarded because precision doesn't really give PP anything. That's one of the biggest glaring issues with the PP system. So then why would people play it if they're not rewarded for it, you know? So then you actually have just people who, you know, want to push the limits of the game getting ICS plays. Someone has said, I forget who said it, but I think it might have been Apollo, yeah, during our interviews, that like precision is one of the least explored skill sets in the game, and there's so many like crazy precision plays that could happen, but nobody has tried yet. You know what I mean? It's like there's so much to be thought of in terms of, you know, mapping high CS and also just like playability, like players getting crazy high CS plays. Buff precision will be more explored. Oh yeah, but they have to figure out a way to do that first. You know? Let's talk more. Talk more about Osu. Low AR precision is interesting. Sure. Because C-type exists. Yeah, then there's already like issues with aim. Like, I'm not sure if you watched the PP dev interview video on my YouTube. If you haven't, go watch it. But they talk about like one of the biggest issues that would fix, you know, precision and a lot of other things in this game is that like time distance equality is like completely skewed. Like high BPM jumps that are you know, shorter are worth more than like what the equivalent would be for farther lower BPM jumps, which is weird. Like it should be that way, and they can't figure out a way to fix that. That's like one of the current like pressing issues in the PP system, that if they found out a way to fix that, you could actually fix precision. It's just one of those things that has like far-reaching consequences beyond it. It's just one of those. It's like a, you know, a math problem that no one can solve, and they're like, if we can just solve this, we can figure out how to do this, this, and this. You know, it just touches like a bunch of different fields of PP, I guess. Favorite controversial PP rework? Covster, Freedom Diver, FG Sky, etc. That's such a weird question. I don't know. Like, what do you consider controversial? I mean, everything's, it's all just like weird because it's the past, right? And we're getting better and better each time there's a PP rework, but it's like, how do you exploit it? What do you mean though? like what does it mean? Oh, record. PP record. Oh. Favorite controversial PP record? I like Covster. Covster kind of broke the game, and then instead of fixing the actual like issue, they just unranked the maps, or they created the loved category, which is something that no other PP record has done, is create like a whole new, you know, different way that the game is done. They created the loved category. So for those who don't know the lore, here, let me teach you guys a little bit. The reason why we have the loved category is because there was a guy called Covster Osu, and he was okay at touchscreen player. He was like a rank 40k player, and he played with touchscreen, right? But he realized, like a lot of other people at the time, not a lot of touchscreen players out there, and not a lot of people had explored this. Like I know XCon had some high PP plays on this, but there were Tag 4 maps. I'm sure you're familiar, right? They were technically ranked, right? They were technically ranked back in the ancient days, because they were meant to be played by 4 players, and they were submitted, and they were just like, you know, we'll rank them, but nobody will ever be able to do them. Like, whatever, right? And then by 2014, there were some that were actually able to be FC'd, no mod, like Ruruchi FC'd Chirno's Perfect Math Class Tag 4, and he got a 400 PP play for that, which was a lot at the time, and people were like, whoa, that's crazy, right? But obviously, you know, one of the like 11-star ones, which is still like 11 stars to this day, maybe even 12 stars, right? It's like, it literally has jumps that go like corner to corner, if you don't know it, right? And it's meant to be played by 4 players. I can't express that enough. If you're curious about more, I have a video on Tag 4 maps, but... I just wanna look... No mod. Here, let's watch GN play this no mod, just so you can... Okay. This is the good part. Okay, you ready? As you can see, you're supposed to aim. That one's so good. Yes, it does. It does, the Kush Famine. That play is crazy. He paved the way. Ruruchi paved the way. Anyway, they figured out, like, on touchscreen, that pattern's, like, actually pretty easy to hit, right? Because you can just... You know? So especially with halftime. So what he did was he played halftime easy on this map, and he reported a live play of it, and he got the PP record in the game as like a rank 40k player. 577 PP at the time. And this broke everything, because people knew touchscreen was going to be an issue on these maps, right? They just didn't think it was going to happen yet. Just quite yet, okay? Right? So when this happened, they were like, okay, we obviously need some way to fix touchscreen, right? And make PP different for touchscreen. But staff didn't see it that way. The Osu staff saw this PP record play, right? You see how he just hit that with a halftime easy, and now he's just moving along. Because he technically hit like an 11-star jump or something, right? Rank 40k at the time. At the time. At the time. That tells you. You can see his rank update after this. At the end of the play, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, anyway. So, staff didn't see it as a touchscreen issue. They saw it as an issue like, oh, well, these maps were never really meant to be ranked. They were played, you know, they were meant to be played by 4 players. They weren't really meant to be played by 1 person. This is like an edge case that we can't do. But we don't really want to delete the scores. We want them to, you know, keep having that competitive leaderboard, but we can't have them give PP. So their solution was, let's make the loved category, right? Where maps can get a leaderboard if they're loved by the community, because Tag 4s were like classics in the community by this point. Like pretty much everybody knew Tag 4 maps and how to score on Tag 4 maps, right? So that was the birth of the loved category. And then, of course, touchscreen continued being an issue on maps where, you know, you could abuse the aim on touchscreen like that, right? That got ranked later on. Famously with Freedom Diver and Haitai, and then eventually they had to actually make a real touchscreen fix. But it's just a little interesting bit right here, you know. Like you can see, most of the map is like okay, especially with touchscreen, right? But that one part really just destroyed it. Ooh. Here, let's see the ending. You ready? See, like that's a bit of reading there, so that's a bit hard, but it's definitely not worth the PP that it gave at the time, right? Literal PP record just for this random guy who could do this. So it seemed like, you know, anybody who had a touchscreen could do this map and get PP record feasibly. There we go, look at that. Oh, they don't show his rank or anything. It's so good. Literally so good. So yeah, they unranked that. There you go. So I think that's probably the best like controversial PP record, just because it changed so much. It literally created a brand new category of maps, you know? And it didn't actually address the issue at all, which is why I think it was such a hugely controversial thing. They just sort of, you know, pushed it to the side. They were like, we're not ready to tackle the touchscreen issue yet. Something like that. If difficulty adjusted is ranked, Tag 4 should also be ranked. And there's a lot of people, right, where since, you know, touchscreen nerf actually exists now, right, you got a touch device modification if you play with a touchscreen modification, a mod, right, applied to your scores if you play with touchscreen, or at least most of them, right, that'll reduce your PP to a level that's, you know, accurate for touchscreen. but there's a lot of people who, you know, are like, well, okay, well, you kind of just unranked Tag 4 maps because of, you know, touchscreen abusing them, but you've just fixed the touchscreen abuse. Hey, can we rank them again? And the staff stance is still like, you know, they were never meant to be ranked in the first place. Why would we rank them, right? They were maps meant to be played by 4 players, not just one. Why would we rank them? Which I kind of agree with, but I also kind of wish, you know, that Tag 4s were still ranked. I'm in between. I still, like, either way it happens, I can see, like, everyone's reasoning why they want it. Cop out? No, I'm just telling the truth. I would be happy if they got ranked again and people could, you know, earn PP for some of these, like, stupid plays. Like, you saw there was a Badu, like, no mod play on that somehow. What if playing with 4 players was ranked? Ooh, how would you judge difficulty then? We need a laser mod to fix this, right? The latency test in laser should be ranked. True. Tag 4 replays is a cool idea. I know some people have done videos that look like that, right? They're similar in that regard. Just quite interesting. All my maps ever should be ranked. Give me some more discussion. Let's talk about Osu more. I love talking about Osu. Unless maybe it's just not interesting enough and we should just take it to the Discord. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who want to talk right now though. Whenever it dies down, whenever there's less people, I'm like, oh yeah, let's just bring it to the Discord. So I get more people joining. Ka-ching. Free money. Yeah, exactly. Guys, if you like Osu Game, type a 1 in the chat. If you like I was gonna say if you like some other game, but I couldn't think of another game. If you hate Osu Game, type a 3 in the chat. If you love Osu Game, type a 2. Haha, haha. You've been fooled. You just got scammed? Yeah, I can't believe you love this game. It's so good. I love calling out numbers. That's like the easiest way to vote as, like, you know, Twitch chat. I'll just be like, give me a 1 for A, give me a 2 for B. And you just see how many the numbers are, like, you know, instantly. It's so much easier than like setting up a poll and like doing stuff like that, you know? If it's something more serious, I'll set up a poll. But if I'm just like trying to ask a random question like, guys, 1 for apples, 2 for bananas, you know? You just see what's going on. Polls are for bigger streamers? Yeah, I guess, because it goes by so far. PP record. Can you name the players who held each standard PP record? Well, some of these aren't PP records. Some of these are TP records, but I can already do it anyway. Okay. Ice Angel. Ryuzu. Best friends. Yeah. That's his name. Rafis is his name. Z, Cookie Z, Freedom Diver, Cookie Z, Rafis, Ragus, Rafis, FG Sky, Cookie Z, FG Sky, is this Idkey, Karthi, Idkey, guess who is back? Fiery Rage, Vaxe, Idkey, Vaxe, White Cat, FG Sky, FG Sky, Badu, Eterna, Jot, Bab, Emrek, boom. 47 out of 47. Emrek. It's easy. These aren't actual PP records. This is the first PP record right here, in case you didn't know. The first ever PP record. It sounds like I'm kidding, but I'm not. Ragus, Emrek, Ragus. Wow, Marucci was the first person ever to submit a score. True. What's going on? We're talking about Osu. Let's talk about Osu. Tell me about Osu. Tell me about some cool stuff. No quotes found. So sad. I need to make the Beetle Orb bot. It's too much work. Let's talk about Ragus. True. Did you know that Nico is the god of squares? That's true. I love that. I love talking about some of this stuff. Like guys, some patterns used to be so hard for people. Like squares were unbelievably hard. That this video has 240,000 views. People are like, could not believe this video. I couldn't believe this video when it came out. I was like, what? Look at this. I mean, you guys know this map. This is this old? Yep, this is 2015.
Wow.
Man. This is before you got unbanned. Why does Nico look like a businessman? Oh man. Whew. It's a good one. Oh wow. You think about this month's love picks? I do not care about love maps. I don't agree with the loved section, so I simply don't pay attention to them. True fact. I hate to break it to you, but loved hasn't been the same since like it first came out. Imagine high circle size cross screen jumps. I wonder if that would count as aim or precision. Both. I mean, precision is a type of aim. You know, it's just like a more specific type of aim, you know, or thing that makes aim hard. So, dude, this is like hold on, let me see. Yeah, this video. This used to be, I'll preface this, January 2015. People used to be really bad at aim, and people forget how much PP has impacted like what people play nowadays, right? Because you know, you have the average like player who starts doing, you know, jump maps, right? And so now the average player is now really good at aim compared to how they were back then. This in 2015 was seen as like an absolute god mode moment. Like people could not believe that this was possible. Look at this. 300,000 views. You ready? You ready? Look at the chat. The average player is just much better overall. That's true as well. But like, this was like the peak of players, right? Wubblefulf was at the top at this time. This was right before Wubblefulf became #1, so he had to be top 3 at the time, right? And people were like, what? How can he aim this? You know? Like, just shocked. $300,000 views. Which is a lot for back then. I always remember this video having more than 100,000. Someone better save the replay. True. What a good song, too. It's just everything's changed, you know? Oh, dude. I never understood why some people don't upload it. Like, I don't understand Rafis and Wubblefulf, how some of these plays that they've been waiting for so long, for like years to get this play. Like Wubblefulf, you know, it took him forever to FC Airman. And then he finally got FC on Airman. He was like #2 on the map with like the 3rd FC ever, something like that, right? Something like that. Like, why not upload this to your channel? That would be such a huge video. You know, like Rafis doesn't upload like a ton of videos, or he didn't back then. Like, there's some Rafis PP records that aren't uploaded to his channel. I'm like, okay. You have a question? Like, why would you not try and upload it yourself? What's so wrong with the HVIC grip? It's the modified mode grip. Yes, dude. Look at this. There's so many people who can just like FC Airmen now. I'm never gonna understand it. I'm just too old. I don't get it. Japanese calligraphy grip? No, but okay, so you take the mode grip, okay, and you just open your palm a little bit. That's how he aimed. Yeah, actually, or I guess like this or something. It's literally just the modified mode grip. How HMix smokes a cigar. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. Airman's just a map where you can turn your brain off? Oh. Lucky you. Some of us can't. And there aren't that many hard patterns. Okay, okay. Sure. Oh yeah? Then what is this pattern right here? Actually impossible. Never in my life will I hit that pattern. Unfortunately. Have you FC'd Airman? No. If I tried right now, I could probably get 300 combo on it. You guys don't know? You guys think I get FC Airman? You're insane. This map is so hard. Shit.
Winner!
Man.
Winner.
That 100. Plus 1.3 PP.
I lost 1 PP. I don't know how.
Okay. Here you go. This is just for you. This is just for you. You ready? This is just for you guys. The things I do for you. The things I do. Okay, feeling it. I'm ready. I'm FC. Totally. Okay. Okay. Yeah, can't snap that still. Plus 1 airman play added to the play count. Exactly. Oh yeah, I did say 300 combo. See, I told you! Did I not say it? Did I not call it? They don't understand what it's like. No, it doesn't. HDHR? And you think I'm gonna FC this HDHR? Look what I've done. Please make hit sounds of your tapping. How? I feel like I'm reading. Yeah, that's what people don't realize. You guys don't know what it's like. You'll never know what it's like. You know why? You know why you'll never know what it's like? Man. How old is your best score? Just like a couple months ago. June. So almost exactly 1 month ago. Before that, this was from May 2021, and this one was from October 2020. It's like 2 maps I'm never going to be able to FC. Try a flashlight pass? I might try that. Man. I aimed myself so hard, dude. Why? Really? I'm actually like, I feel like I can actually read the patterns on Big Black. It's just kick sliders, dude. You know? Like that. This is the easiest part. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna have to be a hard rock for me, dude. I'm too far gone. You know, it happens. Yeah, this is for profile review / guess your rank. It's the hardest part, I know. And I can read it too, which makes me sad. There, now it's my leaderboard. Oh, wait. Someone else sent in that score. There we go, now it's my leaderboard.
Thanks for the follow.
As the instrument. It's not impossible. It's just kind of RNG still. Here. Oh. Someone asked for it, so I'll give it to you, okay? I'll give it to you, huh? You want this? You want this? Here you go. No line blocks. If I told you just have to under aim it, really? Okay. Yeah, there's nothing else like that. Oh, I just need more maps to play. I think that's the secret. I just need to not play these maps. I need to not play the Big Black and not play Airman until I'm able to do them. You know what I mean? This is what I mean. This is the example of why not to mind block yourself. Thank you for this video. So with you map, it's just a good map. You should go play it. It's a good map. I may be a with you enjoyer. I might fancy myself a with you play here and there, you know, every now and then. It's just a good map. Guys, listen to me, it's just a good map. So do you just get mind blocked by retry spamming, or can you get mind blocked by just playing the same map over and over? You just said the same thing twice, so... Take that as you will. Alright. No more discussions? Any other discussions? Anyone curious? Just wondering. Anyone else? I'll say it even more simple then. I mean, that's... What do you mean? What's with there only being 21 map sets on OSU standard with circle size 9 or up? Well, actually, that's interesting. Because for a long time, the ranking criteria, you could not, like, or like even in the editor, you could not set a circle size above 7. Because at some point, Pepe capped it at like CS7 because they were like, oh, there's no way that anyone's ever gonna, you know, be able to play stuff beyond that. So like, I forget what year it was, like 2009 or 2008 or something, he capped, so max was CS7, right? So that's why that happened. And then, you know, people did an editor and they opened up editor and they're like, oh, well now if you can actually, you know, set it to CS10, why can't we get some CS10 ranked maps? And then there was a huge outrage about that. So even since then, there's been a few, like if you actually look at the ranking here, let's go in the beat maps and we'll sort by rank date. You ready? Or I should type CS greater than equal to 8, okay? All right? And then we'll do OSU mode only because some reason, you know, Taiko stuff and other stuff come up. And then we look at rank date, right? So this starts with the oldest one, right? Obviously, 2007 map right here, right? And a 2008 map. But then 2018, this is 11, whatever. They finally got it so you could rank it in 2020. And that's where there was an influx of like these CS, you know, 10, CS8, you know, and other maps. As you can see in October 2020, there was a ton of them, so they got there. But yeah, since then there's been quite a few. Yeah, these are the only two. These used to be the only two CS8 maps. There was no CS10 maps ranked before, you know. Then it's just CS8. You could make it CS10 if you played with Hard Rock, if you want to, though. If you're interested in that, if that's your prerogative right there. If I miss and restart, will that mind block worse than fully replaying? I mean, it's your brain. That's the thing about mind block, right? Is that I just say retry spamming will make it worse because you're playing the same map over and over, and if you keep choking on the same pattern or something, your brain will be like, oh yeah, I know I can hit this or something like that. It's up to you. There's some players who play like 1,000,000 times in a row, right, and they don't get mind blocked, right? That's what it is. It's your mind block. It's your mental keeping you from being able to do something. It's not like I don't have the skill level to FC Airman, you know? It's just that I've played it so many times in the past that it holds this status in my brain where it's like, oh, Airman's just so hard. There's no way I could do it. Even though I have the skill level, it doesn't feel like I could do it. Or like there's certain patterns that I'm like, oh, I can't hit that. Or, you know, even though I can, like I could. Can I link an interesting website about why OSU will die in 5 days? Oh, yes. We checked this. There's a lot more scores than you think. Hey, here, check really quick. Somebody, do you have a score from like 2 minutes ago or something? Or does my score get submitted? I can't view details on it. Man. Give me a Give me a thing. Yeah, they've been updating another document. It's not this document, but this was just the plan. 23 days ago, they edited this. So they have this basic stats processor. Not yet supported as metals. That's the only thing that they're waiting on for that. Score ID linking table, new Elasticsearch. This is the new schema. You can do that. Add replay saving for laser scores. There you go. Decide on purge mechanism for OSU or solo underscore scores. We clean up solo scores table in case the preserve flag. Okay. Okay. Implement and test score wiping. So that's probably what they're working on there. And then balancing forward plans, stuff like that. Figure out how to handle total score display, standardized versus classic. I hope they use classic because that's stupid if they don't, right? Discuss adding PP-based sorting to leaderboards, ensuring enough data is preserved to make this happen. And to do PP leaderboards, they need the rework to happen. Oh, thank you. This is a score from today, approximately a couple minutes ago. And you can see they're at 4,229,000,000 scores, right? And if you do, you know, there's calc to the 32. Okay, that didn't work. Oh my god, why? Here, let's do this. Decimal. Here, 2 let's shift 32. Oh wait. 2. Because it's already 2. Left shift 31. There we go. 294. And then we just subtract that. There's 65 million scores left. Which means yesterday we actually checked this, I think. Do you have a score from around this time yesterday? Or at least at some time yesterday? Actually, I submitted scores yesterday. Didn't I? 19 hours ago. 24 hours ago. Muzzy Breakaway Escape. Okay. And this was... Wait, where's my score? Okay. 2 to the 32 minus that. They're at 66.7 million, right? So let's take the delta of that, right? They're about 1 million scores a day, so they could actually exist. Even if it doubled, they could still exist for another month, probably. So they're fine. Hasn't been updated. So the plan just to migrate to laser. Well, what they're doing, in case you don't know why Osu death is happening, is because the actual like database of scores is running out of space. That's the TLDR. They're running out of unique IDs for the scores because it was stored as a 32-bit UN. Okay, so there's a certain number of scores that the table can hold. That's all you need to know, all you non-CS people. Okay, and we're about to hit that number soon. And they saw that this was happening a couple months ago, and they were like, okay, we need a plan to make like a better, cooler, like more awesome scores table, right, to hold this, and let's make it, you know, work with laser. Let's make it work with, you know, everything that we've done. And they made it like really good. Like if you read this, if you're interested in database schemas, that what they've done here is like really interesting. They fixed a lot of the issues that the score system had before. They're trying to make it like as efficient as possible and like as cool as possible. So it's very interesting. But just know that that's what's happening right now, and they've been working on it. You can see that they're like, okay, we'll take all the old scores in the old table and let's like link them up and see if we can, you know, translate them into a new ID that works for all scores. Because that's one of the cool features that they want, is that their database is going to hold like all rule sets or game modes, right? So it's not going to be, you know, just right now it's just Osu Standard has their own database, and then Catch has their own database, and Mania has their own database. So actually all the other modes don't have to worry about score submission. Nothing's happening to them. It's just the Osu Standard table is about to run out of space. They're like, you know what? Let's merge everything in there, and that actually allows for people to add more rule sets in the future, right? Like let's say the game mode Tohosu gets into the game, right? And then they're like, oh, we want score submission. All they have to do is, instead of making a brand new database with like everything, and you have to worry about that, is they're gonna all save to the same like master score table. and it's just going to be an attribute in the table. It's going to be like, oh, what mode was this score set in? Which I wonder if there's going to be any, you know, like bit flips in the future that are accidentally going to set something to the wrong mode. I wonder. I wonder how much that could break something. I probably wouldn't, because they'd be like, oh, well, this map is not made for this mode. Or I guess no, because standard maps convert to like all other difficult or game modes. When will it actually run out? I mean, we don't know when it'll actually run out. We can estimate, like I said, at the current score, there's about 1 million scores being set every day, or at least from yesterday to today, there was about 1 million scores, and there's 66 million scores left. So you could assume, like, let's say about 2 months at that usage, but maybe usage ramps up. Maybe, you know, more people are active on the weekends, so they actually submit, you know, 1.5 million plays instead of 1 million scores today. Even if you double that, that's still a month for them to figure stuff out. You know, so it's not quite the Osu death that's described by the website. This was made in like February this year when this first came out, and he was like, oh, this is how long it'll be. Here, let me send this to Apollo. Yeah, they have 65 million scores left at... I just told Apollo to update Osu Death. Hey, I tweeted that. Will they be fast enough? Well, they've already done most of the work, like as you see here. What they're waiting on right now, as you can see, some of the stuff that still hasn't been addressed, right? Is, you know, oh, they're going to test out, you know, wiping scores because, you know, there might be a build of laser that's broken and they want to get rid of specific, you know, oh, this laser update, let's remove all scores from that update or something. You know, so they're working on that. They're going to figure that out. Roll back relevant stats. That's crazy. We haven't been able to do until now, which has limited the ability to have test runs of game-breaking changes to limit rollbacks of bugs. Those scores submitted. Yeah, but like, do people really want that though? That's one thing. Like, I agree, it's a cool feature to be able to do that, but it's like, then people just won't play on the test versions because they want their scores to be their scores. You know what I mean? Yes, it is. It is the 32-bit integer thing. It's true. Anyway, look, so they're gonna work on that. They've been testing that recently, as far as I'm aware, right? And then balancing / forward plans. There's a lot to discuss in terms of balancing and integration with the two score sources. Some that come to mind are figure out how to handle total score display, you know, using either standardized score versus the classic scoring that we all know, right? Or laser classic scoring, which is as close to the current scoring that you can get, right? Discuss adding PP-based sorting to leaderboards and ensuring enough data is preserved to make this happen, which they wanted to set a hard date on PP rework because they want to calculate all those scores and have that, you know, calculation done before they start messing with the scores table. You know, they haven't given them a date yet, as far as I'm aware, so it's still on the table, right? Stuff like that. Path to removing mod multipliers, which is standardizing the scores, which makes sense. You know, I don't know how they're going to do that for previous scores. That's going to be kind of weird. I'm not sure, but you know. For simplicity, these stats are just the Osu rule set. The overall number is around 30 to 40% higher than this. Yeah. Scores ingested, scores which are non-fail, which are the real submitted scores. So those are the ones that truly and honestly matter. Well, there you go. That's that. That's Osu Death, in case you're wondering about that. That's the future that we have to worry about, to consider. It looks like it's died down, so you guys just want to hang out in Discord? I'll probably be playing Osu if you want. It'll be fun. I like this game. I don't know if you guys do. I mean, I know you guys might hate this game. I hate it. I freaking hate it. But I'll probably be doing that. And if you want to talk more about Osu Death or something, feel free to, you know, hop in. Guys, can I get a 1 if Osu? true. Can I get a 1 if you're in the Willy Osu Discord and a 2 if you're not yet, but you want to join? Wink, wink. Am I right?
Thanks for the follow.
That's what I'm saying. 3 is if you're already a huge fan of the Willy Discord, but you haven't joined, but you're going to right now. That's the in-between. Oh, yeah. There we go. Never mind. Yeah. See, I'm trying to fool you. Anyway, join the Discord. We're going to hang out. I'm going to play Osu. Index is streaming. The gamer. His title's in Russian, though. I feel bad whenever I raid someone who's not speaking the language. Like, I know Index speaks English, but his title's in Russian, so it makes me think he just wants to have a Russian stream. Here, let's see. What do you guys think? What's his, He assessed the big black? Whoa. I went to Hyper W stream, tagged only Korean, and the chat was English the entire time? That's insane. That's insanity. Regien. It's true. I always could. Oh, I like giving some people who, you know, don't necessarily get the viewers all the time some of those, you know? You know what I'm saying? And we haven't said hi to Index Osu. You might want to keep it, you know, Russian only. I don't know, but this guy is one of the greatest players ever. He set the first ever 600 PP play. Come on, you got to give this man some respect. I gotta rate him. He's never streaming when I'm streaming. Okay, you know, I gotta give him some love. I could do. But that's it for today. Thank you guys for coming out. Tomorrow we'll do more profile reviews, maybe some PP recalcs. I like the discussion portion. I like just discussing Osu. It's so fun. Technically, you did it twice. Actually, yeah, that's true. Anyway, see you guys later. We'll be back tomorrow. Same time as always. Take your current time, subtract about 5 hours. You'll know when to be up, at least. All right, see you later.